with the annual reports today for Treasury and the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. We'll just give everybody an opportunity to introduce themselves. I'd like to give the members in the House the first opportunity. I recognise Member Mackenzie. And
Good morning, everyone. Ricardo Mackenzie.
Good morning. Andrikus van der Westhuizen, member of the committee.
Thank you very much. Are there any members online who would like to introduce themselves? I do see Member Brinkhuis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning. Good morning to all the colleagues. Yes, Khalil Brinkhuis.
Thank you, Member. I'd now like to give the department an opportunity to introduce themselves, and I'll hand over to the Minister to start.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much. My name is Mireille Wenger, and I'm here with the team from the Provincial Treasury and the Gambling and Racing Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, Minister David Savage, Head of Department, and I'm joined by the extensive team of top managers from the Treasury. Would you like them to introduce themselves in person? Okay, go down the road.
Good morning, Chair and members. Roy Halpin from Fiscal Economic Services.
Good morning, Chair and members. Aziz Harding, Chief Director, Financial Governance and Accounting.
Good morning, Chair, members, Minister HOD, Julinda Gantana, Head Governance and Asset Management.
Good morning, Annalise Pick, Provincial Government, Public Finance.
Good morning, Liesel Baron, Department of the Premier.
Good morning, Warren Bolson, Department of the Premier.
Good morning, everybody. Nadia Ismail, Director, Strategic Operational and Management Support.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brandon Diamonds. I'm the Deputy Director, Strategic and Operational Management Support.
Good morning, Chair and members. Melissa van Niekerk from the Directorate Financial Governance.
Good morning, colleagues. Faisali, Director of Local Government Accounting.
Good morning, Steve Kenyon from Local Government Public Finance.
Good morning, Anna Marie Smith, the Chief Financial Officer. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there any officials online who would like to introduce themselves?
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start. Good morning. My name is Piwa Mazomba from the Directorate Supporting and Interlinked Financial Systems. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Shirley Robinson, Chief Director of Public Policy Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that we have made introductions for everyone, except for the supporting staff here today, and I'll just start with Zaida.
Good morning, Zaida Adams, Procedural Officer.
Good morning, Masindla Motsapi, Committee Assistant.
Thank you very much, and warm welcome again to everybody who is here today. I haven't noted any members of the public here today, but should we receive any members of the public, we'll introduce them accordingly and also afford them the opportunity to take questions when appropriate. I would like to just remind everyone who is present in the House today, if you can just keep your devices muted so that there aren't any unnecessary interruptions and we can have a smooth flowing day. And to those who are online, if you could kindly keep yourselves muted and your video off unless called on to speak, just to make the management of the audio and visual a little bit smoother. So having said that, I'll now kick off. I'd like to hand over to the Minister to provide her overview.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's a pleasure to present to you the annual report for the 2021-2022 year for the Provincial Treasury. To this very important committee to assist you in your oversight function as you review the year under review, and we look forward to your questions. As Parliament is the interface between the people of the province and the provincial government, we also look forward to any questions from the public should there be any later in the public hearing. In the period under review, just as a reminder, we were still in the grips of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the Provincial Treasury was instrumental in guiding the Western Cape Government departments in navigating through the crisis. As a reminder, the mandate of the Treasury is to drive good financial governance across the provincial and local government spheres through sound fiscal management, the effective and efficient use of resources, effective financial oversight, and building the capabilities of local governments. And I really do think that the Provincial Treasury has done well on its mission to build capacity in the public sector by being adaptive, innovative, and supportive. I'd also just like to acknowledge my predecessor, Minister David Mania, who was at the helm during the period under review, and would like to thank the department, the Provincial Treasury, under the leadership of head official of the Treasury, David Savage, and senior management for all the hard work that they did during very difficult times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, would you like HOD to make any comments as well?
Thanks, Chairperson. I think the Minister's done an excellent job. It was indeed a challenging year under review for the Treasury as we were still navigating COVID and part of the post-COVID environment. I think we did manage to stay on course in terms of the key frameworks that we manage from a fiscal and financial governance perspective. Obviously, it was a year that required ongoing agility in fiscal management through the budget process and to make sure that that was an evidence-led process. But also in the supply chain processes. There were many other things that were happening that weren't necessarily COVID-related as well, particularly related to procurement, state procurement. And then, of course, in the local government environment, where local governments also needed, the municipalities of the province were also needing to navigate this very uncertain terrain, and we needed to walk that path with them, particularly our more vulnerable municipalities. I think what's held us in good stead through the year was an increased level of alignment in the department around a common strategy, or strategy that prioritizes both what we want to do in terms of provincial governance, local governance, infrastructure and supply chain, as well as how we're going to do it. And importantly, a lot of emphasis that we put on the people of the Treasury as our biggest and most important asset, and making sure that we as a team, wherever we may sit in the department, are really able to contribute practically to the vision of the department, to the execution of its strategies. But we're very happy to take questions on all aspects of the annual report.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, HOD. So we'll now move on and table the annual report for the department. On this basis, I would like to propose that we go through it on a section-by-section basis, starting with Part A, then Part B, and then Part D, then moving on to the annual report for the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. Are we all in support? Fantastic. So we'll start now with Part A. Members, are there any questions with regards to Part A? I recognize Member Mackenzie, then Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for Provincial Treasury. And yeah, COVID has been an interesting learning curve. On that note, the first question would be to the Minister. The last 2 years, and in fact, similar question to the HOD as well. The last 2 years, Provincial Treasury's role has been incredible, obviously. And the Provincial Procurement Report, focusing a lot on COVID procurement, COVID-related. I'm linking the question to the HOD's opening remarks on page 11. Is the department really looking at their role as Treasury? Because your role pre-COVID has been governance, regulatory, and a lot of us who served on this committee before has obviously appreciated what you do. But the last 2 years, we've seen you've done a lot of incredible work, consolidating procurement. Are you not really looking at your role, but are you really looking at some of the things you've done over the last pre-COVID versus that you're doing now? The B part of it is how do you, or are some of the things you've learned during COVID, for example, your procurement report, are those going to become standard going onwards for the next 20 years? Is that going to be ingrained in government as opposed to be just a procurement? And how do you take that down to municipal levels, particularly the municipalities that have been struggling? That we will get to that later on. And then Treasury's role the last 2 years during COVID, and I can't remember if this was looked at last year, were some of your normal targets suspended that you did, some of the officials' normal roles? For example, before COVID, when we did oversight, we saw a lot of some of your officials went to visit municipalities. We saw them during oversight visits. During the last 2 years, did they still physically visit municipalities? Was it done virtually? Are you really looking at their roles going forward? Are they going to do it in person? Are they going to do it virtually? And how has that impact, or is that going to impact governments going forward? On page number 13, the strategic interventional municipal budget engagements and the technical integrated municipal engagements, how is this assisted some of our struggling municipalities? If we go to the reports, we're going to go to Kannaland again, unfortunately. Beaufort West, you see again, you're waiting on the recovery plan. Is this helping? And we all know the political part of things, but in the administration part of things, those technical officials that you deal, or that some of your staff deal on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, are they getting it? Or are we going to be again in next year asking for more? You do more interventions in Kannaland, doing more interventions in Beaufort West, another recovery plan in 2 years' time. Are they getting it at that level? Or is the politics so bad? Nothing's going to change? So we don't, because we will get to the page again, another consultant was paid to draw up money. When are we going to stop doing that? That's the point I'm trying to get. On page number 16, talking about and again links it to the municipalities. And I saw that the technical was later on in the report, the appointment of the panel of expert for municipal interventions. At which point does Treasury say we cannot appoint more people to keep on helping municipalities? It feels to me like money going down the drain every year, because every year there's interventions in struggling municipality. Every year somebody has to do it. I mean, is there a thing that you, by law, have to do? Or at some point you're going to say, listen, we've been given Kannaland another panel of experts, another
Apologies, member. If we can just take a moment to address the IT issue.
So when you mention Kannaland, everything just collapsed.
Member, can you please proceed?
Okay. Yeah, so I'm just trying to get an understanding, for my understanding, at which point do we say, we've given so much resources to Kannaland. And again, if you go to page 17, 290,000 risk management services for Kannaland. They need to access the panel of expert twice. So where do we draw the line? On page 19, the public participation private partnerships. Are we actively going out and look for them? Because I see it in other departments as well. There's just public participation, public-private partnerships, none. Unsolicited bids, none. Is there proactive engagement from Treasury to start looking at how we can better governance, if you like, through more public participation, public partnerships? And I think I'll leave that for now, Chair.
Thank you, member. I recognize member from the West Hazen.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to take my questions in can I call it page order? When we refer to the whole procurement process and the procurement client center, I would like to note whether suppliers are being evaluated once a contract has been concluded, or the work has been concluded, in terms of the performance measure or the quality of the work or the service that one received. Because we all know that you can have, two people building the same road or building the same house or, building the same cabinet, but, and they can both probably adhere to design specifications, but in the case of the one, you just know that this road is going to last longer, or this building is just, with less problems in terms of doors rattling or not closing, and etc. Because the quality of the craftsmanship of the one is just so much better than the other. And what can one do then to ensure that, and I just looked this morning again at some images of people painting road markings by hand, and it's very obvious that, they didn't have the necessary skill or the necessary machines. But yes, those road markings were painted. They are there. You must sign off on the contract. You asked for a road to be marked, and it has been marked. The fact that the lines are all skew and so on was perhaps not within the specs, or it wasn't specified. The second one, I think, links onto what my colleague has asked in terms of some of our municipalities that are still struggling in terms of their financial performance, and particularly in terms of their audit outcomes. My question is also, what would you think is the main reason why, for example, one of our municipalities regressed in performance? What are the biggest factors there? And is there any way in which we can, I almost want to say, preempt, such as, for example, when there's a high staff turnover in the financial section of a municipality staff? Is there something that we can do in advance so that we don't wait for the regression and the poor audit outcome, but that we are able to step in and already see that there is a red light that might affect performance? And then secondly, also, there are a number of, and I'm referring to page 13 there, but there are a number of delays that were experienced by this department in terms of its performance. And some of these delays, and I'm now referring to page 16 and 17, have resulted in underspending, etc. Now, I know, well, I've got mixed feelings about underspending. On the one hand, it's wonderful if one can save, and you don't necessarily need to spend all money just because the money is there. But when the underspending is then a sign of, for example, a department being unable to procure certain services or certain goods, then, I have serious questions about that underspending. And I would like to think that Provincial Treasury should be setting the standard for other provincial departments when it comes to the management of its budget and its procurement processes. And I'm referring to a few of your words here when you say in the second last paragraph on page 16, the underspending was mainly as a result of the delay in the procurement of consultancy services. The next one you say that there was an underspending due to technical matters that arose during the procurement process. So again, it seems to me as if there may have been a lack of homework. Why wait until you get to the procurement process and only now you identify the technical matters? It seems to me if you were really well prepared, if you did your homework, if you thought through all the various problems that might arise, then that kind of delay in procurement shouldn't happen. And my question is, why all these delays? Is it a lack of capacity? Is it a lack of commitment, a lack of a sense of urgency to procure some of these services and products? I mean, it wasn't first known in March of this year that there was a problem in procuring, for example, IT equipment. Motor dealers have been complaining for over a year that they couldn't get cars on their floors because of a shortage of computer chips. Now, again, it seems to me as if this department, which, as I've said, I would like actually to be the leading department in terms of setting the standard, you said that the department only opted for a second viable option or brand in which a commitment could only be raised on the 31st of March 2022. Again, on the second bullet there on page 17, due to technical matters raised during the bid evaluation phase, a commitment could only be raised on the 31st of March 2022. It almost looks as if Provincial Treasury is also guilty of this kind of fiscal dumping. You know, we're only resolving things now at the end of the financial year, you know, because we should have during this year, and it just doesn't, you know, instill confidence in my mind in terms of Provincial Treasury's own procurement processes. Thank you, Chair. That's all from Section A from me.
Thank you, Member. I would like to recognize Member Nkamba Bocha, whose hand is up online.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Apologies, could you repeat that?
Am I audible?
Yes, Member.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the meeting and to the department. I have got a number of questions. One question is on page 10, where the Minister has mentioned a website and enabled a dashboard. I want the Minister to please explain all the department, what is the function of the dashboard and how can it assist small businesses? Please provide a detailed report on there. And then my second question is on page 11, on paragraph 4, about the report of the accounting officer. How is the provincial treasurer aiming to improve the well-being of all citizens? For an example, now let's start with the poor people from the townships who are unemployed. How will you help them get sustainable long-term jobs and not the EPWP short-term jobs? How will you assist all the small businesses in townships with mostly struggling with funding? And number 3 is on page 13, the first paragraph, regarding the issue of effective local governance. How will the department assist municipalities with sustainable service delivery issues? Because some municipalities cannot even respond to the provisions of emergency housing in terms of their budget. For an example, how will the department assist municipalities like Drakenstein to respond to the issue of emergency housing, and for municipalities such as Bergrivier to increase their budget for provisions of housing, as it's currently a big issue right at the moment? Similarly, how will the department assist the 24 municipalities which, with unchanged audit results from the outcomes of the 2020-2021 municipal of all municipalities continues to improve? And the last question that I have is on page 15. Taking account into all the challenges faced by the Western Cape government, how was it possible that a 17.6 million remained unspent? What is the motive behind this? To take it back to the provincial revenue fund? Because on page 16, when providing reasons for such an underspending, you blamed all of it to the department's delays in fulfilling various things. So having said that, Chairperson, if I may ask if the department is struggling with the issue of not having capacity or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member, and thank you for keeping your questions succinct. I would like to also put some questions to the department. My first question is with regards to page 10 and 13, where you talk about extensive support given by the SIME, the TIME, and the JDMA to achieve effective local governance. What additional measures will be taken for municipalities who have got a qualified finding? So similar to what my colleagues have also asked. And also, if you could just elaborate again on what were the reasons for the findings. On page 11, I wanted to understand where you reference new government structures. What are the details surrounding this? And what has been the outcome across entities and the department to date? Page 11. Then page 14.
The review of the entities. Yeah.
Okay, page 14, with regards to the PCC, I wanted to understand what is the percentage of queries resolved, and also how do you break down the queries into categories, or what is the approach for differentiating the different queries received? I don't have a page number, but I wanted to understand or get a better understanding on the rollout of the automated procurement planning toolkit, if possible. And then finally, just on page 18, there's reference made to technology used for the SEM processes and that they're also automated. I wanted to have a more practical understanding of what sort of technology is used. Are we talking about a certain coding language? Are we talking about AI? What is it practically being done to automate the SEM processes? Those are my questions. Oh, I do see a hand now from Member Nkontlo. Member Nkontlo, I recognize you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, everybody. My apologies to join the meeting a little bit late. Let me just, on my questions, I think one on underspending. I just want to understand about the notion of the delays because of appointment of the panels of experts. What were these particular delays? What has caused them? But as part of that, how does the concept of panel of experts assist in participation of more broader enterprises, particularly new entrants into the system? And I'm asking this because my understanding, and please clarify me if I'm incorrect, is that panel of experts is a method through which you would appoint some service providers to sit on the system for a period of time. It would be 3 or 5 years. Please explain in this context what it is, and also how do you ensure that the work is fairly distributed amongst those panel of experts, and what type of services in your procurement that would be given to these particular panels of experts. So that's the first one. The second one is on the COE, the issue of vacancies and all of that. And for me, I think it's important to ask in this particular department, given the fact that this is the department that has to also assist in managing the budget of all the departments in the province. Now, given that this is always a standard, I would say now, or in a recurrence in most of the departments, including in this one, in terms of COE. My question is, one, given that we are trying to streamline from national, I think, to even the province, you know, in as far as COE budgets are concerned. But at the same time, there's been a pressure of service delivery requirements, and I understand that this particular department is not necessarily a service delivery interfacing department. But what are the implications of this unspending on the COE, whilst on the other hand, when there are sort of discussions about, you know, some of the pressures in HR, you find that we are trying to streamline. So balance me here about this notion, because on one hand we are saying it's important that we cut down, you know, on our personnel as public sector, but at the same time we know we have to mitigate whilst we are seeing this particular underspending. Maybe contextualize that for me so that I can be able to sort of understand this HOD and the department. And then on page 17, I would like to understand the strategic focus on the short to medium term period. What does the LINA entail in this regard? Does this mean there will be downsizing in certain components of the department, aggravating unintended unemployment for a more effective and innovative economy? And I think that also goes back to this notion that, you know, on one hand, we'll speak about, you know, creating jobs, whilst I very much aware that our province, like in national, we have said that jobs will be created by the private sector. But I think our contribution, I think, as public sector cannot be downplayed, and it's also calculated in terms in terms of stats. So I think for now, I would like just to pose those questions, Chair, for this first round. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I would now like to hand over to the department.
Thank you very much, Chair. The first question was from Honourable Mackenzie on the role of Treasury post-COVID, I think, and looking forward. He asked questions around the PDR. So we're very happy to say that the procurement disclosure report will continue on a quarterly basis, but in a new format, because obviously PPE is no longer the focal point, but the department has innovated and is looking across the procurement landscape to find what are those most important indicators that should be included in the PDR going forward, and we will be sharing those reports with the standing committee as they are produced. Then there were quite a number of questions on municipalities, and I think we can share a lot of information with you on the technical engagements and the tremendous amount of work that's being done to assist vulnerable municipalities and to support them. Because, you know, municipalities really are where service delivery hits the road. And so it's very important that as the Provincial Treasury, as part of our mandate, we can do everything possible to help support municipalities to be financially viable. And it's not only on the municipal level that we're doing a lot of work, we're also doing a lot of work with the National Treasury and through the Budget Council to address some systemic issues, because it's something that all provinces grapple with. It's not only here in the Western Cape. But also just to say that we're also moving to a new environment. On the local government level, it really is the age of coalitions. And also, we're now post-Zondo, the Zondo Commission. And so it's very important that we look at moving forward as Treasury, what role can we play in making sure that all the recommendations, or not all, or some of the recommendations and the lessons, at least, from Zondo Commission can be taken on board here in the Western Cape. Then on the PCP, the team will be able to answer questions there on how suppliers are evaluated and the quality of work. Then there were a number of questions on underspending. I think we can probably all lump those together. But just to bear in mind that for some of the goods, the Treasury struggled, like everyone else, with the global shipping crisis. So goods that needed to be imported, like laptops, were all subject to that same difficulty that everyone did experience at the same time, where there was so much uncertainty as to exactly when things would arrive, if they would arrive at all. Then on Honourable Makamba Bocha's question on the procurement dashboard, that is a very exciting program that the Treasury has. It's a web-based dashboard which is very user-friendly. It allows users to filter key information on the departmental procurement plans. There are roughly 4,000 tenders on there. And what it does is it helps suppliers to access and plan for future tender opportunities, especially for small businesses, so that they can prepare to participate in procurement processes of government itself. But I'm sure the team will expand much better than I could on this functionality. Honourable Murray also asked about vulnerable municipalities, which we'll add to the input there, as well as the PCC on how queries are resolved, and then quite a number of questions on SEM and how we're innovating and tech being used there. And then Honourable Nkondlo, the panel of experts, there were a number of questions there. And then again, underspending and COE vacancies. In the period under review, we had a 0.7% vacancy rate. So, you know, the department worked very hard to make sure that it had its full complement during that period. So with that, HOT, if I may hand over to you to sort of fill in the meat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I will call on the team to just help me with a few things as well. I think the question of the role of the Treasury post-COVID is one that we're still asking ourselves as well, because of course this environment continues to evolve and there's quite a lot of uncertainty. What we are clear about is that we are shifting gear from being focused on conformance with rules and regulations, because that's largely embedded in our system in the province, to performance, the service delivery outcome side. And we kind of call that unlocking value from good governance. It can't just be we get clean audits, but the quality of service is not good enough for citizens. So that's really our focus. That's sort of 2.0 of the journey that we're on. Part of that is around, I think, two big interventions. The first is making sure that we're investing in our people. What does the Treasury official of the future need to look like? And so that's a set of skills that are not the old sort of state expenditure skills from the 1990s. They're much more the skills, digital skills. They're much more engagement skills, being able to work with people, but also work with technology. So we're accelerating digitization at the same time in terms of how we try and move on to more digital platforms in how we do our work, how we do our monitoring, how we can automate certain functions and tasks. And that's both in the provincial government environment and the local government environment with the data sets that we work with. And I think our products are starting to evolve alongside that. So products like the PERO, which was tabled recently, and the Municipal Economic Review and Outlook, which will be tabled shortly, I think show how we're trying to evolve the product offerings in line with, I think, a changing environment and need for information at different points in the cycle. I think the minister's already mentioned that our procurement disclosure report, which was something that came up during COVID, is being converted into a quarterly report with a broader scope and embedded in the architecture of what we do. But I wanted to come back to, I think, the kind of key role of the Treasury post-COVID is really a people role. It's not just counting things up. It's not just spreadsheets. It's our ability to engage with people. And so while we've, I think, got a lot from learning how to operate in an online environment from COVID, that does limit the quality of engagement that we can have, particularly at the municipal level. So this already, our teams have started to resume visits to municipalities, and we're hoping to kind of evolve a new hybrid approach where we are able to have more regular contact in an online environment, but do invest in being in the same space with municipalities. And I think that's particularly important for our more vulnerable municipalities, so that we, not only as Treasury officials, get a strong sense of the context that they're operating in, but are able to show very practically that we're there to support and strengthen collaboration, that interpersonal collaboration with officials in those municipalities. So being there in person is quite key, in my view, and you can already start to see this year that we've moved much more strongly into a hybrid environment with our municipal engagements, in particular, which had suffered more. During COVID, we didn't suspend any targets on Royal Mackenzie. There were disruptions, I think, to some of the quarters in which we were delivered certain targets, but we certainly didn't suspend our ambitions. We didn't feel that we could, in fact. Those are core platforms that we needed to sustain. You asked, I think, a very important set of questions around our engagements with vulnerable municipalities. And I think that the point that I would make is that no municipality in this province is the same. So we don't have a one-size-fits-all approach. If we consider a municipality to be vulnerable, we try and understand and work with them in understanding what are specific vulnerabilities and how we can develop strategies to address those over time. Now, in the case of a Beaufort West, the provincial executive took a decision to intervene in terms of Section 139.5. The Municipal Financial Recovery Service at National Treasury then prepared a financial recovery plan, which the then Minister of Finance in the province signed off on right at the end of the last financial year. And we've been working very regularly, very intensively with that municipality, and I think there's some early signs that we might be making progress in that regard. Although that's in the current financial year, not in the year under. So that's a particular approach that I think has been worthwhile and specific to the context of Beaufort West. In other vulnerable municipalities, we take very different approaches depending on what their contexts are. So for each of them, there's a different approach. We would approach Cedarburg, which has some vulnerabilities, in a very particular way, and in a different way to the way we would approach Matsikama, and so it goes on. You asked the case of Kanaland. Kanaland I think, is predominantly challenged by something that's not immediately within the control of the Provincial Treasury, which is instability at the political level. That, I think, is well known, and there's a lot of evidence to show that that sort of instability inevitably begins to damage the quality of public administration. Quite simply put, there are very few people who would like to be public officials in that environment, and certainly the senior leadership in those municipalities. And so that creates a real vulnerability. And we struggle with the consequences of that. We don't have the answer to that. Of course, that's beyond our mandate, but our mandate is there to relentlessly be there to support and guide within the framework of the law, and that's what we try and do. In Kanaland, for example, we are currently, with our colleagues in Department of Local Government, reviewing our diagnostic assessment of where they are and how those challenges have evolved. But I think you would probably know better than I do. There have been changes in the political makeup in Kanaland, and so that instability at that level continues as we learn to live in a coalition government environment in our municipalities in the province. And that challenge has manifested elsewhere as well. So it's not, I think as the Provincial Treasury we need to be aware of it, but our core mandate is to support and guide within the framework of the law on the matters within our domain. I don't think that we're quite careful to avoid throwing money down the drain, I think is the word you used, the phrase you used. I don't see it as that. Often leaving problems unaddressed can create a spiral or a cascade of other problems. And it is both more efficient and effective to work on the issues that you can work on as early as possible and avoid problems compounding themselves. And that's certainly what we try and do without over-investing in areas where there may be complete resistance or a lack of appetite to address challenges. So I do think that our teams try and take quite a carefully calibrated approach. And I must be absolutely honest, the technical and strategic integrated municipal engagements, the SIME and the TIME, these are robust engagements. They are, we call a spade when we sit with those with our municipalities, and we discuss the real issues that are on the table as we see them, to learn how they see them and how we can move forward together on what issues are. So I think that they always offer additional insight. They always offer a nuance and improvement in how we move forward as the context we're working in changes, and it helps us stop adopting or prevents us from adopting a one-size-fits-all approach to our municipalities, which I think would be completely the wrong approach. That is not to say we always get it right. Sometimes we're caught out by changes in context that we didn't anticipate. Sometimes we don't move quickly enough. We're not agile enough, but we keep learning. We keep asking ourselves whether we're doing the right things. And I don't think that we are wasting any of our investment in effort and time. And I'm sure my colleagues would agree, because we do put in quite a lot of time and try and be quite strategic in our engagements and in assisting municipalities. On the question of PPPs, are we actively pursuing them? There are two issues there, Honourable Mackenzie. The first is that there is a complicated framework in the Treasury regs and the relevant legislation around how to navigate PPPs. That is something that is under review I think that review is almost concluded at national level now, aiming to ease the processes around PPPs, the formal PPPs. From our perspective as a Treasury, we've always been interested in the prospects that well-designed and appropriate PPPs would have for unlocking both partnerships and capacity partnerships and financial partnerships for improved service delivery. There are definitely a pipeline of PPPs that votes are beginning to, other departments are now beginning to explore, and that we're supporting them in that. Sometimes they take quite a long time to mature, because the processes are very rigorous, but we do believe we need to strengthen that pipeline. One of the things that we're doing in that respect, from a budget or fiscal policy perspective, has been announced in the budget, and in fact for the year under review as well, is the formation of a project preparation facility to support the development of public-private partnerships, where those are appropriate mechanisms, and to make sure that they're able to navigate the process as smoothly as possible. On the question of the evaluation of suppliers, I think Honourable van der West says, and the key here is it's not just one point in the process. When that door is rattling, in a sense, you already is revealing that there may have been challenges in contract management right from conception through to specification and award, and then the ongoing project management, as well as the final quality at exit reviews. So in terms of overall contract, good contract management, one should have that exit review as part of the commissioning process, but one should also be making sure that there is in-flight management of the contract, so corrections are made along the way. Particularly in more complex construction contracting, that's pretty standard practice. But the key is also to make sure one's getting specifications right at the outset, and then having regular engagement around the quality of contract or quality of performance of the contractor in flight while they're delivering. But my colleagues can speak in a little bit more detail to that. I think likewise on the question of vulnerable municipalities and regressions or lack of progress in audit outcomes. That is a limited set of municipalities. There have been one or two where they really are very specific issues that we do think will be reversed relatively quickly in one or two cases, and others a long-standing trend where where the audit is really a reflection of other challenges that the municipality is facing. We do engage with and monitor the audit process at the municipal level quite extensively. It starts even before municipalities submit their annual financial statements, where we help them to quality assure those statements, reduce errors on submission, and so forth. And then during the audit process as well, we have a platform where we collate information and historical information around audit queries that are submitted, requests for information or communications of audit findings, and we've been able to start to build a historical view on issues that have come up in different municipalities in the province and how they've been addressed. So there's much more peer learning that's involved in the environment, and that we're quite excited about the prospects that has, because often municipalities are trying to navigate relatively complicated technical issues on their own. But my colleagues, I think Mr. Hadin and Mr. Sali can speak a little bit more to what we do in the audit process in particular in helping to navigate that for municipalities. The questions on underspending for the vote. I mean, these are issues that concern me quite a bit, obviously. And we can talk through the dynamics of different contracts where our focus in the year was to get over the challenge we'd experienced with vacancy rates in the department. And so we were focusing on that. And amongst the COVID machinations, what we didn't obviously give enough focus to was goods and services procurement. Okay, now that falls into two parts. As the Minister said, there was some which were just the complete disruption of global supply chains, and particularly with laptops where we'd have to use CETA contracts, it's quite a process to go through to allow us to actually change suppliers. And we managed to do that, but it took a lot of additional unanticipated effort in that respect. With the consultancy services, I think we struggled partially with the online environments that we were navigating in during the year, but also with our departmental systems, if we're to be frank. I think it was the first year that we had introduced the procurement planning in terms of the procurement planning toolkits, and team will talk to that a little bit later. And that comes on top of a fairly robust process of bid management, specification and management in the department. But I think that there was clearly shortfalls in the bid specification processes that led to us not being comfortable to proceed with certain of the procurements, and so preferring rather to then start again, rather than fall foul of the regulatory frameworks in that respect. And so that inevitably leads to delays. I think part of it that we have been very clear on is that we have been holding managers to account, and very clear who needs to lead particular contracting processes through the supply chain processes, who needs to support, and that there's no ambiguity in that regard, and then making sure that we are providing the necessary tools and support to managers so that they can do that effectively. I'm much more confident that this year things are progressing on track than they were last year with respect to the supply chain management side. But I don't think it was clearly the level of underspending, particularly in terms of professional services procurements, was not something that was desirable for us, and left us slightly scrambling. The Honourable Nkondlo asked the question around the panel of experts. I mean, I will let the team speak to what we're actually trying to do in that contract, because I think, Honourable Nkondlo, you appear to understand the method very well of essentially a sort of pre-procurement of a panel that can be called on a task and rotational basis, so that we have a broad base of access to skills. The key word there is, of course, is that we want to make sure that it's value add in terms of not capabilities that we already have within the department, but for expert services that we would require on a more ad hoc rather than a standing basis, and that we can, in doing so, broaden the scope of suppliers that are available, of professional experts that are available to the department, so that we're not just listening to our own voices as well. We're working with professionals who can offer skills there. But yes, there would obviously be the design is around kind of fair access to the distribution of work relative to the tasks at hand as those work orders go in. But I think the local government team can speak to the local government panel of experts issue. I think that would be Melissa. On the compensation issues, the department's not downsizing at all, Honourable Nkondlo. I think we are putting a lot of emphasis on working smarter and working in a more integrated way across the programs of the department. So if the municipality is facing an audit challenge, it may well be driven by some policy challenges that it has, as well as some supply chain management challenges that it's had. We engage with the municipalities across all those three areas. Now, are we engaging them in an integrated way so that they have a single, we as the Treasury have a single view of a particular municipality, but they're able to find a single port of call for the support and guidance that we can offer them. So when it comes to our talent management as the department, and we do have some very skilled people, is to make sure that we're not working in silos, that we're working in an integrated way to provide real-time, practical, valuable support. So it's that kind of working smarter. We're doing the same in terms of our engagement with departments and public entities. I think, Honourable Nkamba-Botchwa, you'd asked the question around the SCM dashboard. How does that help suppliers? Well, I think the more information that's available at the right times to suppliers is really critical. What we have done now, and the team can speak to it, I think, Nadia, you could speak to this, is around the publication of procurement plans for the province. And so maybe you can touch a little bit on that. There was one other question around the PCC and the procurement planning toolkit, automation in technology. Then I will ask Mr. Hadin to just give an update on the public entity review, and I think finally ask, I think with audit outcome questions, again, we'll go to Mr. Sali. Honourable Nkamba-Botchwa, you asked how does PT assist in terms of improving services for poor people in particular? Well, a lot of how government, the fiscal and economic policy frameworks that are essentially the choices that government makes are what is channeled through the budget process and built on a governance or a capability foundation of government. Those are two critical things that the Provincial Treasury plays a key role in establishing, both for the province as well as for municipalities. Without the governance foundation and without making choices around resource allocation, one is not enabling frontline departments, whether that's health, clinic services, or teachers in classrooms, or municipalities and the services, refuse services or water services they provide. They're not going to be happening on a sustainable basis. So while we're not a frontline service department, we do create that framework, and we manage and maintain and modernize, hopefully, that framework that enables services to be delivered. So it's not a frontline role, we do understand that, but I think we do keep a focus on making sure that those frameworks ultimately do contribute to improving the lives of citizens in the province. With that, Chairperson, I'm just trying to check if I think I've covered most of the questions. Other than those, I'll ask my colleagues to deal with, and maybe we should just start with the audit, local government audit questions first. Then we'll go to the panel of experts questions, and then to the procurement questions. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. And thank you for the questions. In terms of the audit outcomes, the question was, we've had 24 municipalities that have not seen any movement in the audit outcomes. And that is because they are receiving some of the best audit outcomes in the country. And you don't want to see it going backwards. You want to either maintain clean audits and then move on to the next agenda of the growth agenda. So we want to keep the municipalities. I've just looked at the 5-year trend of the municipalities, and the audit outcomes for 2021, 22 municipalities had received clean audit outcomes. If one looks across the country, we've had 40 we've had about 40 in the entire country. 22 comes from the Western Cape. So you want to maintain that kind of audit outcomes. In terms of the process of how we get there, the audit outcomes is but one of the outcomes that we try to achieve. But we start very early in the year in terms of we assess the audit action plans of our municipalities, of the 30 municipalities that we have. They prepare a plan based on the last audit outcome on the issues that needs to be addressed. We assess the audit action plan, and then on a quarterly basis, we assess progress against that audit action plan. The audit action plan is also then discussed very robustly in the time engagements, and we take through the governance issues from the audits, as well as any changing laws and regulations. We take it through our various processes. Then when it comes to preparation of financial statements, first of all, we make sure that the municipalities understands what is the rules of the game. As soon as they understand what they need to do to prepare the financial statements, we also have a consistency workshop where we get all 30 municipalities in a room and we do peer-to-peer learning. If one municipality does something well, it's a platform where they get to share with everybody else what they are doing, so that when we submit the financial statements to the Auditor General by the 31st of August, if there's a problem in one municipality and we've done the consistency workshop, then we don't have to address 30 municipalities' issues. We know what the core issue is and we can address it across the board. And this is the value of taking the comments that we receive from the Auditor General, taking it onto a digital platform, so that as soon as we are informed of what are the issues, we can alert all of the municipalities, listen, a communication of audit finding has happened in one of our municipalities. Make sure that you have sufficient evidence to be able to respond to it. So it is a very reiterative process. During the audit process, we also avail ourselves to the municipalities that as soon as they have a matter that may result in a difference of opinion, they can send it to the Provincial Treasury with their response, and we'll support them in their responses to the Auditor General. So it's really a relationship that we maintain with the municipalities, with the Auditor General, and with the technical units within the Provincial Treasury. And the support is across all of the PT local government units. So again, it's us assisting them to maintain the audit status or to improve on the audit status. But for Provincial Treasury, it's not just about the audit outcomes. As soon as a law or regulation is promulgated, we take the municipality through what are the new requirements, because every year the goalposts are changing. So we take them through what are the requirements, and we have workshops throughout the year to make sure that they understand what the requirements are. Sometimes we don't always agree on the requirements, but because it has been promulgated, because there is a law, because there's a regulation, and sometimes to the level of circulars, we make sure that the municipalities understands what is required, and we work with them so that we can have the best possible outcomes. That is on the audit outcomes. HOD, I can just give feedback in terms of where we are on the public entity review. So in 2016 already, the Provincial Treasury did a public entity review, but this was a desktop analysis of how does our public entities fare against what is happening in the rest of the country on the backdrop of failure of SOEs. And on most of the statistics, on most of the red flags, the Provincial Treasury was doing fairly well. The Western Cape government was doing fairly well. Fast forward to 2022, with the Zondo Commission now under the belt, we are constantly looking at what our public entities are doing and what they can do better. So we have engaged with a service provider to look at the laws and regulations that impacts our public entities. We've also looked at the financial health of the public entities. We've also looked at findings of the Zondo Commission. And then lastly, we look at what are the requirements that the public entities need to have in terms of operating expenditure as well as capital expenditure. That work is at a significant stage of completion, and the outputs of that work will result in something that is not currently in the country yet is a guideline for accounting officers to better manage their public entities. This is one of the outputs, so there will be a guideline to assist accounting officers as well as the executive authorities on managing the public entities. And then the secondary output of that is a technical, shall we say, analysis of when you put the budget on the table, you have to almost componentize that budget. How much does it cost you to do a particular service delivery? So it's getting to the nuts and bolts of service delivery, so that when we assess the budget of the public entity, we can be assured that whatever the public entity is putting on the table, it has been costed appropriately. These are but two of the outputs that we are looking for from the public entity review. And it is a process where we involve the departments, we involve the public entities, and we involve the Treasury to be able to better manage our public entities. Not that they are not being managed well, but we are always looking to improving how we are running the public entities within the province. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. So just with regards to the panel of experts, as the HOD explained, members, it is a mechanism for Provincial Treasury to be more responsive and efficient in terms of our support to municipalities. So it is a list of pre-selected service providers that we can issue job tasks to as and when required. We do have an existing panel and it has been in existence for the last 3 years. It will come to an end on the 30th of November. So we are in process with regards to the establishment of a new panel of experts. This consolidates the panel for municipal interventions as well. So the resources will respond to normal support as well as the support under municipal interventions. Just to note, members, we also have taken the lessons learnt from the existing panel, and that has also been incorporated in our specifications for the new panel of experts as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will now deal with the procurement questions. I think I'm going to start off where my HOD left off when he ended his discussion, and he spoke to the role of the Treasury. So in terms of what do we play in the space? So one of which is the enablement role, and the other is enforcement. So the client center is very much pitch on all of the range of questions that you've asked, whether it's data management or technology services, is linked to those core mandates. So what we do in the procurement space and all of the efforts put into any initiative that we implement in the province is about the ease of doing business with government. So part of the first phase within a procurement process is procurement planning. So within the procurement planning space, the procurement planning tool has been created or developed as an IT application procedure that we, with assistance with our Department of the Premier, so the Center for E-Innovation, assisted us in developing a toolkit within which we assist our provincial departments to plan better in the procurement space. So it starts with the budget, and when budgets are actually then signed off and approved and tabled, the department's budget gets loaded in from a goods and services perspective in terms of what they need to look at from a procurement planning perspective. They also begin to start using the toolkit even pre the budget allocation, because it manages their performance and how they spend in the procurement space. So it assists them to actually pitch for their budgets and look at prior year performance on how they actually fared within the procurement space. So when you start with loading that budget, you then begin to look at things on your supplier assessment, your market analytics, and begin to position how you would then approach the market. It then also assists you what focus you need to look at. So what are the areas that you can consolidate on? If you're a decentralized department, you may have different areas of the department looking at different aspects of what they need to procure. So there's room for consolidation. There's room for actually looking at okay, when I do consolidate, what are my key policy, directives that allow me to do that? Is it about empowerment? Do I want to focus on SMME development? What are the opportunities for looking at, socioeconomic objectives that drive procurement? So the procurement toolkit kind of enables that kind of an analytics, because it allows you to bring in a range of information into a common space for each department to have their own access to do that. To that is also attached an empowerment impact assessment toolkit. So your supplier information also gets loaded in there, so you can look at their BEE status and different aspects to look at socioeconomic empowerment. But what it does for the Treasury, it's a dual focus. On the one hand, a department has the access to the toolkit to do their planning and focus on how they project from a procurement perspective and how they would deal with procurement in flight, in year. But it allows Treasury then to have an overall view of all 13 departments. So for example, and when we do publish the procurement plans, it is about providing the information that our supplier community can also ready themselves in how then would they want to engage with the Western Cape government, because they know upfront, and our minister mentioned in the region of 4,000 odd, procurement events that may be, advertised during the course of the year. Suppliers then can ready themselves in terms of preparation. How do they then engage with the Western Cape government? It also then allows us to maximize on what opportunities are available. So preparing and giving in context that, this is the available demand for services or goods and services, and that we don't overestimate what the expectations of the supplier community. So they themselves know, this is what we can get from government. I need to, if I'm dependent on getting work, this is where I'm going to engage, but I'm not only going to get all of that work. I may not be successful, and they would know a percentage. It allows them to plan better in terms of their own business model. Then in terms of what then happens in the procurement client center, the procurement client center provides, it started at the inception level, and at this phase, it produces a range of services that enables the ease of doing business with the Western Cape government. For one, it manages all technology services like the supplier databases, both the national one in terms of how we engage with the national CSD, as well as our evidence bank that actually forms the basis of procurement. When any government institutions puts out a tender, the compulsory bidding documents are stored once over within the central repository of information. So as you would know, if you procure, a claim for a requirement is insufficient. You need to have the evidence to back it up. So the database or the evidence bank allows the Western Cape government to have that in one central space. So the support that Treasury provides is for that enablement to happen across the board. So all 13 of our departments have access to that information and the compulsory bidding documents that is housed within this database information services. So the team on the Treasury side will engage with suppliers, support them, get them onto the database, provide the necessary know-how and skills on how to do that. We also then manage the e-procurement system. So our quotes to the value below 1 million is done in an automated platform where we invite the bids electronically and the suppliers engage on an electronic platform in which they quote back. So we maintain that and manage that services, as well as give any supplier the support when they're tendering, should they have, glitches in being able to engage on the system, technical difficulties. So then we assist the supplier, but then we also assist the departments and buyers that are on the system with training, et cetera, et cetera. Then the second range of service that we provide at the client center is query handling. So basically how to register on the supplier side, how to register, what do I do, what documents are there, what information is needed, validating and vetting those issues, but also then looking at any other technical governance requirements that they may want to know. Why does government need this document? Why do I have to complete a conflict of interest document, for example? And then we take them through that at the procurement client center. Then the third range is for now is about complaints handling. So suppliers would come through either complaints about the services we provide at the client center or the technology services that we provide. So then we are directly linked to resolving those issues as they come along. But they also then complain on tenders that they engage with, because the Treasury is the point of escalation where they don't get joy from a department in understanding what went wrong with the tender, or if they suspect anything untoward, they come to the Treasury to lodge their complaints. So as part of the governance mechanisms that we provide, we either arbitrate or we find resolution in any complaint handling that needs to happen. And these are driven by the Barter Pillar in terms of you need to provide access and redress, etc., etc. Then the last leg is about information management, and how then do we provide that information not just to the suppliers but to the public, but also to our departments. So the range of services that we do have, and what you see is, I think the question was asked on the dashboarding. The dashboarding is about, as our HOD mentioned, is about giving that information to the public so that you know what's there. It's also about transparency and accountability. But to our provincial departments, we also, in addition, what's not as part of the questions, is we provide that information set, because we don't procure this. We don't procure directly. It's the departments that procure. So when they have access to the information that allows them to make better management decisions, your procurement process then gets enhanced or improved. So what we do is, on a quarterly basis, we provide them performance information on how they tendered, what were the gaps that we see in the process. We look at information that what they would lodge with us on, for example, contract extensions or expansions, limited bidding, etc. We provide information on percentage of BEE engagement. How many contracts did you award to with levels 1 to 12 BEE participation? How many SMEs did you empower? So our departments then can look in their planning process and linking back to the procurement planning toolkit to allow them to make different decisions on how they engage in the procurement process. So I think that's the range, of services that we do, which is managed via the client center and broadly by the unit as well, in terms of looking at ease of doing business with the Western Cape government. Thank you.
I think that covered it, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any follow-up questions? I recognize Member McKenzie, Member Van der. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just wanted to follow up. I just want to go back to my notes quickly. Just one follow-up question. If we can just, I'm trying to get my understanding of the panel of experts right. Because on page 17, it was said here, 290,000 Rand for risk management for services to Kannaland municipality. The need to access the panel of service twice, as initially the bidders were found to be non-compliant. Perhaps I don't understand how that column is written. Because why did we, if we have that panel of experts for 3 years on our books, why are we paying 209? If you can explain that part to me, because I'm trying to understand that part. Then the second question was regards to, and we all understand the politics in Kannaland and Beaufort and what's going around there. What I'm trying to understand, if we were there 5 years ago, example, I think Kannaland's coming for 20 years, but let's just take it 5 years back, and we implemented basic systems to say, and I'm not talking about the political level, I'm talking about the assistant director for procurement. And the assistant director for procurement, this is the policy, this is X, Y, Z. When your team, whether this panel of experts, whichever consultants that you've got on the following 7 or 8 pages, go to any municipality in this province, is your findings is that somebody unearthed those foundations you laid 6 years ago and you need to rebuild it? Is that why we're sending these consultants in? Or are we adding on to the, I'm trying to understand why we're accessing these services again. That's what I'm trying to understand. Whether it's Kannaland, Beaufort West, has those foundations of the support that you've given them 8 years ago been unearthed and you really need to build those foundations, or is it new systems you're putting in place? That's what I'm trying to understand of all these consultants that you're using to assist these municipalities. The last follow-up question is, because I remember on the review on public entities, and when it was narrated, I remember it was done. I read this before. So you confirm my thinking that it was done before. Can you send us that report? And are we spending, again, back to the municipalities, the similar foundations, do we need to spend this money? We've done it now. Is there nothing that we've learned from the 2016 report that could be implemented in doing this review? Because it sounds like a lot of money on the review of public entities. If we've done it before, as you say, in 2016, what are we doing differently that we did in 2016? That's what I'm trying to understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I recognize Member from Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chief. I understood Mr. Savage correctly. He believes he says there should be an exit assessment at the end of a contract to say whether the services received were acceptable, of a high quality, etc. Now, obviously, that is something which, again, is a kind of subjective assessment. I would presume in many instances there are some objective things, such as was the contract completed in time against the deadline set, etc. But there are these grey areas as well. So what do we have to, on the one hand, be able to encourage new entities to start contracting with the public service, but so that no single official is able to subjectively, do some gatekeeping, ensuring that where good services have been rendered, and where a contractor might differ from the final assessment, etc. Is there some communication between the contracting party and the public service, and to say, but listen, we gave you a very low score for the quality of your work. These are the reasons, because normally one would find that in terms of natural justice, somebody would be able to appeal then such a low score, or if the comment might be, do not contract with this contractor again for cleaning services. He or she was unable to really perform. That's my first question. So how do we balance those two? Because obviously, Provincial Treasury, I would think, is in a much stronger position than your small entrepreneur. The second one is in terms of the monitoring, particularly of local governments. I do know that it's particularly your smaller local authorities normally find that they have a capacity problem. And unfortunately, they need to adhere to the very same prescripts as your bigger municipalities, with a much smaller staff complement. So how can we assist them? Because just in terms of their monthly reporting, in terms of their financial performance and other performance, I do know that many of them had to appoint full-time employees just to complete the monitoring instruments that various spheres of government is expecting of them. And to what extent have there been some consolidation of the questions asked of municipalities by the Department of Local Government, Provincial Treasury, National Government? I presume even SALGA might be asking municipalities to report in certain respects, etc. To what extent have there been some streamlining to make it easier for them or less onerous for them to be able to be monitored? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member. I see no hands. Oh, I see a hand from Member Nkontlo online. Member?
Thank you, Chair. I think, can I just, on the panel of experts, I'm happy with the explanation about how it works. I just want to understand what were the delays in this instance to appoint the panel of experts, given that particular value that the HOD would have explained. And then also, I think in line with the the question that Honorable Mackenzie has asked, I would want to check with the HOD, remembering, I think when we started, we spoke about, consolidating these grants towards municipal support and capacity building. To date, what would have been the different instrument tools that would have been given to the municipalities, and what in practical terms, I think the HOD would have alluded, making an example on Canaland, what would have been the shifts that the department are seeing in helping municipalities, one, managing spending, which has been one of their biggest challenges, that is their ability to spend grants that are given to them, and generally their budgets. Two, the notion of their ability to operate efficiently in as far as their supply chain is concerned. So I'm interested in the specifics in relation to exactly what Member Mackenzie is saying, that you go in, what is it that you are putting in place in all of these different activities that you would have been involved in, and what are those in quantifiable terms, and what are some of those improvements perhaps that we are starting to sort of see in the municipalities in terms of shifts in as far as how they are operating, because I think for me that is one area in terms of the work that the department is doing, if we consider its own performance, and how would appreciate such a performance being sort of wrapped off, obviously in a medium to long term, because these are sort of different spheres. But I think some of those best practices being wrapped off to the other department. So I'm just interested in understanding exactly that as my follow-up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member. Before I hand over to the department, I just wanted to follow up on my question with regards to automation and digitization related to SEM processes. If we could just unpack specifically what that means and the technologies that are practically being used and how to further automate and digitize SEM. I will now hand over to the Minister and Department.
Absolutely. So I will ask Mr. Kenyon to speak to the question of the panel of experts. I will ask Ms. Abraham to speak to the technology questions around digitization, and perhaps also the SEM exit assessments that Member van der Westhuizen had asked about. How do we prevent subjectivity in the exit assessments? I think, Honourable Mackenzie, the question around whether systems were uprooted. Now, I think it's a little bit of both, and it depends on context. Okay, so as I'd mentioned previously, when there's political instability, that often translates into administrative instability, and that erodes capability in an organization, and so that is an uprooting of capability that we'd maybe work together to install. Quite simply, the people or the teams we were working with disperse, and they go and find jobs elsewhere. They don't really want to work in the environment. It's not a healthy work environment, and so there is a bit of uprooting. Now, there will always be a residual effect of the systems that were installed, the processes, the practicalities of how things are done that would remain, but they may no longer be as agile and efficient and responsive as they need to be, because there's a human element to everything. However, I would say that also this context changes. So, for example, in the local government environment, there's been a lot of effort in the MSCA process, the Municipal Standard Chart of Accounts, and that's a deep business process reform for local government, and it's still a journey that most of our municipalities are on, and they've. We're not doing badly, but it's certainly a difficult and lengthy process to introduce a standard chart of accounts and embedded in an organization. And so our support might will be in new areas, new frontiers, in terms of modernizing municipal governance and administration. So it's a bit of both. In this simple answer, we're not going and doing things that we did 8 years ago, because the policy environment, the administrative environment has changed as well, and we're helping to introduce that new round of reforms. Because yeah, I mean, I hope I'm clear enough on that question, the question for you. I'll ask Mr. Hadeen to talk on what's different in the public entity review from 2016. And as I said, Ms. Abraham on the member fund of estates and supply chain questions. There's quite a lot, Honourable Fund of Estates, on how one avoids subjectivity. Of course, in the regulatory environment for supply chain management is there to kind of squeeze out subjectivity or inappropriate subjectivity. But that doesn't remove the need for qualitative assessment, which has got an inherent subjectiveness to it. That is not just a simple number. So the system is designed right from conception through the contract management process to limit inappropriate levels of subjectivity, and that can sometimes limit the level of performance assessment and review if poorly executed. But it needn't do that. It doesn't. It really requires a strong, confident expert partner on the side of government as well, to be able to work with the contractors to where they are, not where we imagine they should be or whatever. But I think Ms. Abraham can talk to those challenges in the system as well. The regulatory differentiation and the streamlining of reporting, that is a challenge. I'll ask Mr. Kenyon to speak to that. It's obviously a challenge to design a regulatory system in a one-size-fits-all framework, because a Bergrivier, which is a well-performing municipality in the Western Cape, is not the same as a Cape Town Metro. And its capabilities are very different. And there have been numerous efforts at a national level to try and streamline reporting requirements and systems. I would say that most of those reporting requirements and systems emanate from national government in the first place. They don't necessarily emanate from the provincial government. We use those information streams, but we don't impose them in the first place. A lot of the effort is also not just streamlining, reducing the data points that are being collected, but digitizing as well to make submission easier and more automated effectively. But Mr. Kenyon can speak to that, and he can also speak to the question of the delays in the panel of experts asked by Memon Kondlo. And on the grant consolidation question, I think Honourable Nkondlo will remember that we're trying to move from purchasing very specific inputs through our grant support to closer towards collaborating towards outcomes in the municipal space. So an input might be we commission pay for a particular study or piece of technical work, but there's no guarantee that that gets taken on and embedded in the system. It's one part of the puzzle. It's not the whole puzzle. And so we're trying to get towards helping to support the emergence of the whole puzzle through single support plans that are negotiated through our engagements between the province and a municipality, the SIME and the time process. And we understand here's a consolidated support plan and program across departments of the provincial government aimed at supporting a municipality address key priorities that it has and that we can agree with. And so I think that that's the shift that's underway. And Honourable Nkondlo, you'll remember that this year we proceeded in the Provincial Treasury vote with consolidating our 2 grant programs that we had. That obviously we want to go further than that. We think it should go further across the province as a whole. There's scope for consolidation of the various transfers to municipalities so it can go up the value chain and be easier to manage. I think what we're trying to get to is outcome improvements, not more efficient inputs that don't necessarily achieve an outcome. But I think it is possible already to see some improvements that arise from the support that's provided by grants, other forms of support that we may provide. The large majority of municipalities in the province have funded budgets. Now that's a function of hard work on their side, but also regular technical engagement from Western Cape government. I think the large majority of our municipalities have creditors under control, and where they are struggling in payments with Eskom have payment plans in place with Eskom. That's something that's been extensively facilitated by the provincial treasury and the work that we've done. On the supply chain management side, I think we're reporting on some really path-breaking engagements with municipalities around the modernization of their supply chain management systems and getting a better grip on asset management practices, which we started rolling out a program around. And that is really our effort to contribute to overcoming the infrastructure spending hurdle that municipalities continue to face in the province. So I think that there are some of those impacts, and we're trying to report on those sort of practical impacts in the year under review. And then and on the specific systems, I will ask Ms. Ibrahim to engage, but let me go to Mr. Hadin, Mr. Kenyan, Ms. Ibrahim.
Thank you, HOD. I suspect that the issue of the panel of experts will come up a lot more today, so I thought let me just give an overall process of how we followed the panel of experts. So from our time and our SIME engagements, we identify what could possibly be going wrong in municipalities to address the laws and regulations or the guidelines and frameworks that must be implemented. And I'll give you a practical example. In the case of Kannaland municipality, there has to be an internal auditor. Okay, the law requires that, the MFMA requires that. Now for an internal auditor, he needs to follow the internal audit standards. Okay. But what the law also, or what the internal audit standards requires, is that a quality assurance review has to be done every 5 years. Now, there is no capacity within Kannaland, and Provincial Treasury and many of the municipalities have asked, this is a requirement by the guideline, the internal audit standards. If we don't do this, we're going to find in our audit report a regression because we're not sticking to the standards. So what Provincial Treasury then did was, in 2021 and a year before that, we said, let's fund the most vulnerable municipalities in terms of finances and get that service on board. So we access the panel of experts who is there in the industry that can do a quality assurance review. In the case of Kannaland, we found a service provider that could do all 8. But now with the systems, it's not a collapse in the systems at Kannaland. What happens if there's no internal auditor? Or arrangements is made with the municipality that the service provider is going to come and do the quality assurance review, but then engagements are broken because of whatever happens in the background. And for that reason, specifically on the 270 or 290 that Member Mackenzie has mentioned, the money could not be spent at year-end. Even though there was a contract in place, we couldn't spend the money because when the service provider made engagements to go and speak to the people on the ground, there was nobody that wanted to engage at that time, even though prior commitments had been agreed on. Okay, so it's when we're looking at the system of governance, you're looking at people, processes, and systems. This wasn't a break in systems. This wasn't a break in processes. There wasn't somebody to receive the service provider, and because commitments was made with the service provider, Provincial Treasury cannot pay that service provider until the service is delivered. And that was the essence of what happened in the Kannaland underspend with accessing the panel of experts. So Member Mackenzie asked the question, is it about the systems failing, or when we find that there are changing governments and we are moving to a space where there's a lot of coalition governments, we find that people leave the system. And when there is nobody that you can deal with, it's almost like you have to recreate the understanding of what needs to be done. And then Provincial Treasury, in that sense, we support the municipalities much more, especially now in terms of the trend analysis. Our assistance is going much more to municipalities where there are coalition governments. And then on the matter of the public entity review, so in 2016, it was an internal exercise done by the Provincial Treasury, and it didn't cost us except the normal COE of the Provincial Treasury officials. That was a desktop review based on what we find in the annual reports of our entities and in the financial statements. So the numbers says one thing, but when you actually go down into an entity and you start interviewing people, that's working with public entities, you get much more richer information. So the public entity review in 2016 cost us nothing. In 2022, the total cost of the public entity review is about 1.3 million. In fact, to be exact, 1361. And that is for the work of specialists that works in governance, specialists that works with laws and regulations, and specialists that understand financial statements on how somebody external sees the running or management of an entity. And there was also a strategic reason why we had gone outside, because the Provincial Treasury has oversight over the public entities. We work with them on a daily basis. But when you get an external expert, what do they see coming from the outside? What do they see working in this industry? What do they see in terms of the management of the public entities? There's almost a leg of credibility or additional credibility added, and that was a strategic decision to go out, as well as the capacity constraints that we found ourselves in last year. So in terms of the 2016 report, it has been tabled in Cabinet, where the public entities or the accounting officers of the relevant departments had accepted the findings of the 2016 report. The 2022 report is not yet available. From 2016, there were certain things that the public entities had to do. One of them would be looking at revenue enhancement opportunities. So we have seen that some of the public entities have tried to access additional revenue opportunities, but it doesn't always materialize. But what it was also sending a signal is, these are the key criteria that we are watching, and you have to be more mindful of, or you have to manage it more carefully, like the COE, like your governance processes. And then perhaps just lastly, on the current governance public entity review, we were looking at, could we consolidate certain functions? So for instance, the law requires every public entity to have an audit committee. Could we put up a shared service for audit committees? Could we put up a shared service? But these are questions that you have to weigh. Is it more beneficial to have a shared service? Is it going to be more cost effective? Would the entity still be able to run completely on its own by accessing these services? So there's certain laws and regulations that must be complied with. We're looking at, as mentioned earlier, how do we start looking at moving from conformance to performance? And sometimes we have to consider, we will consider the findings as well as the recommendations in terms of implementation. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, members. So I think Honourable Mackenzie and Honourable Makondlo both asked about the panel of experts and the procurement delays there. Aziz has given a decent chunk of the story already, and there are further procurement delays that were on the Programme 2 side within the annual report. Just to make a very obvious point at the start, when we're dealing with these municipalities that are in financial distress under intervention, we're dealing with municipalities that are in a difficult situation. So it's not dealing with a situation where there is kind of all of the officials that you would want to engage with or are appointed duly, that their finances are in order and structures are working, etc. So I think, Honourable Mackenzie, you were asking about the risk of throwing good money after bad. And I think you've seen a change in approach. What you see in the annual report and in the Vote 3 budget is a change in approach where we've taken funds that were previously allocated in grant transfers to the municipality, and we've shifted that money in the budget into support in the form of drawing from the panel of experts to provide support in kind rather than cash for the municipality to manage. So I think that reduces the risk on one level, but then it means that we then have the difficulty of appointing appropriate consultants. And what happened in the 2021-22 financial year with Kanaland specifically, there were these 2 rounds of where we tried to procure. In the first round, what happened is that we were overly ambitious in what we asked for from the panel of experts. So we simply asked for we asked for quite a comprehensive revenue enhancement project in the municipality. What came back from the panel of experts was more than we had budgeted for. And so it's so much more that even negotiation with the service provider wasn't an option. And so we had to cancel that procurement. We then went back to the drawing board, we revised, we engaged the municipality, we narrowed down the scope of what we were doing. We came, I forget exactly the months, September, October, thereabouts. We've started engaging again through the procurement process. And at that point, the courts ended the intervention in Kanaland municipality. So then we stopped the procurement at that point. Obviously, they were no longer under intervention, and so the premise of the procurement was moot in effect. There was also a question from Honourable Makondlo that I think was sort of related around the assistance to municipalities that are struggling to spend. And I think we should clarify here that the problem with expenditure in municipalities is on the capital budget. Most municipalities don't have any problem spending on their operating budget side. So it's the infrastructure investment where there is recurrent underspending in municipalities. In that side, it's really ourselves together with the Department of Local Government that work with municipalities to support them. There are procurement challenges there and delays in municipalities. There are also problems with planning, which precede that procurement. And we provide close support and particularly around the grant spending. I think we've seen some improvements, particularly on the municipal infrastructure grant side, where the Department of Local Government pays very close attention to those projects and in helping municipalities with some of the registration, especially the more vulnerable municipalities, with some of the registration requirements and making sure that projects meet the grant conditions so that they can draw down those funds and spend them. But that is an ongoing process. We certainly saw a fallback during the COVID period, and we're still kind of the system, I think, is still recovering from that and rebuilding the ability to spend on that. And then Honourable van der Westhuizen on the question on the onerous reporting. I think we must be honest that this is a struggle that we have. I think we all agree that there is a need for a lot of reporting in the local government space. We want, there are a lot of problems, and as soon as you see a problem, I think from national, the inclination is to say, let's get more information on this. And so there's an ask for reporting. As the HOD has outlined, a lot of, we work in the context of legislation and regulation that comes from national. And so we're always engaging in those forums with national government to try and simplify the regulation and try and simplify the reporting requirements. But we have to acknowledge that there are, it is difficult to do that, and that there are other areas in the country where we can see why they're wanting to impose these reporting requirements. What I will say, and this is really Melissa's area of work, is a good example of this, where there are areas where the Western Cape is in charge of reporting requirements. We try not to duplicate what National is doing. So, for example, National has a new financial management capability maturity model. I hope I got that acronym right. That's been introduced. that duplicates a lot of what we were already doing in a Western Cape process. And what Melissa's team have done is they've then removed themselves from the duplicate reporting. So where National has now imposed reporting requirements that are basically parallel to what we were doing, we've then removed the Western Cape requirements. So at least we're not requiring double reporting from municipalities. So in other words, we're engaging National to simplify where we can, and then where the Western Cape is in control, we're doing what we can to ensure that there isn't duplication at least, but it is an ongoing struggle. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. In terms of the technology requirements, I think to go back, I mean, the types of solutions or technology that we used in the past were the SAP Oracle systems. So that was since 2001 up until 2021, and we exited the contract with SAP last year, the end of the financial year last year. In parallel to that, what we've done as a Western Cape is we've taken the development in-house. So as of December last year, the e-procurement system is a fully fledged application developed by the Western Cape government via the Transversal Application Division within the Department of the Premier, CEI as you know it, or BEI are they're now called. And so it's completely owned by the Western Cape government. If you're wanting to know what the technical applications are, I don't have that information right now with me, but I can always ask and share that. But it is an in-house developed system that we're using. The e-procurement toolkit has always been a Western Cape government initiative. We have developed that in-house. And mainstream that across our 13 departments. The initiative in the current year is to integrate the procurement planning toolkit with the e-procurement system, which we've called the EPS. And the EPS is really a bid invitation system for now that deals with the informal quotation. So what would normally be in the national space as a 3-quote system, we have a competitive invitation of quotations through an automated process. So that part of the procurement process has now been automated. We are seeing in the near future looking at more the formalized bids in terms of bids over $1 million, but that's work in progress at this point in time. Other modules to be envisaged would be supplier performance, and so also to look at when we be addressing the question asked by Member Westhuizen in terms of Member van der Westhuizen in terms of how do we measure performance within the Treasury side, because we're not in direct purchasing except on our own initiative via the Office of the CFO. We don't generally have a performance rating model per se that we do at this point in time. This would normally be dealt with depending on the maturity of the procuring institutions in the province as part of their contract management process. But what we are looking at in the e-procurement system is to build a performance model that departments can use to either look at how they experience the supplier, what are the pitfalls that they should be looking at, and perhaps also a rating model with KPIs that have been indicated. It's not there yet, but it's something that we're looking at. But just to add, I think my HOD covered part of how the system, so I'm not talking about the IT system, I'm talking about the system of procurement in terms of how we deal with that in the Western Cape. For one, we kind of build a resilient governance platform. So embedded governance is dealt with through the system, which is the accounting officer system, which we have a blueprint in. So that completely deals with risk and internal controls, mechanisms of risk mitigation and internal controls within the system itself. It does embed the governance model. We as a Treasury also issue provincial Treasury instructions and standardized uniform documentation like standard bid documents. For example, we have a WCBD4, which is exclusive to the Western Cape government, where we've consolidated your standard bid document 4, 8, and 9 into one document that's reduced in size. as well as once off being managed by the procurement client center that we use, we house in the database that our departments can use. So there are those kind of initiatives that we do. I think obviously for an evaluation of performance is something that I think each department will be able to speak to and how they do that. At this point in time, we don't actually have that built yet in the system, but we are looking to do so in the near future.
Thank you very much. Members, I propose that we move on to section B now for the sake of time. I would now like to open the floor to any questions relating to section B. Are there any hands? I recognize Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, again, if I could follow the page order, my first question would then be on page 53. I would like to join in your in your pleasure of saying that Provincial Treasury is extremely proud that one of our initiatives have been adopted nationally. That is in the center of the page, and it seems to me that is the socio-economic profiles that you have drafted for our various local governments, and which you say that have been taken up in many of the municipalities, it seems to me IDPs, etc. And I want to congratulate you for that. But perhaps you can just say to what extent have this now already been incorporated in other provinces or by national? You say it's been adopted, but are there other provinces now that already also provide socio-economic profiles of the various municipalities? Then, Chair, if we could go on to page 58, 59. I believe that in the past, I've been informed that many of the indicators, performance indicators, are being set by national, and that therefore provinces are somewhat limited in setting their own performance targets. Now, I think Mr. Savage used the term qualitative indicators earlier. Now, I also find that in quite a number of these, it's quantitative and not qualitative. There's no measure of quality. I mean, to say that, for example, a quarterly report on the implementation of the budget was performed, I think you can get a report and a report. The one report could be a one-pager suitable for the waste bin, and the other one could be one worthy of a PhD in terms of the quality too. What are your options of perhaps having some of these reports evaluated externally by independent people, just so that we can see to what extent are these reports really of a high quality? Are they really being used by those for whom they are intended? And what value do they add to that? And then also, I think you previously referred to that, the fact that there are more than 40 municipalities, well, only 40 municipalities in the country that got what we call clean audits, and that 22 of them are in the Western Cape. Again, I think that is something which I think we should emphasize, Chair, and which we could really be very, very proud of. If I could then ask on page 63, and I previously, I think, referred to the fact that it seems to me that there's also a bit of a dumping at the end of the financial year. If I look at the fourth bullet there on page 63, the 24,700 procurement events in the first 9 months of the year, and then it's 14,500 in the last 4 months of the year. It seems to me there was a little bit of a duplication over December. I see, Chair, that the average for the number of procurement events for the first 9 months, the monthly average was 2,750. For the last 4 months, it jumped by more than 30% to 3,633 procurement events, which again seems to point towards this notion of mine that there's suddenly a huge spending spree towards the latter part of the financial year. And I do know that in the past, many people, and I presume that includes you, Mr. Savage, have been very, very conscious of this, let's call it dumping towards the end of the year, and that it's something that we should avoid and should be steering away from. So what are you doing to try and assist provincial entities to ensure that the spending can start the moment that the financial year, is underway? And then lastly, Chair, it has also been said here that one of the, let's call it targets that were not reached was due to the late announcement last year, or late communication from National in terms of the budget adjustment process. And now we're again, very close to that time of the financial year. What are the signs currently in terms of our own adjustment process, which last year had to be postponed from the end of November to the first week or the 6th of December? Are we on track this year, or are we going to see a repetition of last year's, can I call it, missed target? And I have a lot of sympathy when there are circumstances beyond your control and you miss targets through no fault of the province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member. I recognize Member Mackenzie.
Thank you. I just got one question. On the recovery, and I know we dealt with the municipalities earlier on, but one of the comments here on page 75 at the bottom of the column was the reason for the funds were not transferred was the delay in receipt of the financial recovery plan from National Treasury. What was the reasons for the delay? If you can just share that with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I recognize Member Nkondlo.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to check, Chair, on the expenditure review under Program 2 around the learner transport program in the province. And just wanted to check that since the learner transport subsidy for some areas has been revoked and learners left without transportation, was there any possible, because I would assume this would have came from the WCED, that in that particular review, there would be some submission made to justify, if any transportation were review will be considered, and is that available to be accessed by members? And what mechanisms are placed if such could potentially, put a strain in those particular areas and schools that would have had such a transport. The other one on infrastructure, I just want to check if you consider some of the delays that also we've discussed in the remarks, in as far as availability of materials and equipment and such things, post COVID, what kind of a mitigation plan, and how is Treasury interacting with the infrastructure department to ensure that that particular sourcing, of materials and everything else now that we have opened, is not gonna bring us back to such challenges of delays that would have seen during the COVID COVID period. And then in program, let me just check and confirm this. Okay, in sub-program 4.2 on accounting services, if Treasury can just elaborate, because they indicate there the overachievement was due to the interventions that were done in Q1 and Q2. If they can just share what are those interventions that actually contributed into the overachievement in as far as the internal control measures in the program and in the department. And my last one for this chair is that in page 57 under sub-program 2.3, one is interested to just understand what would have been the reasons provided by the Central Karoo District Municipality for not tabling and adopting their budget before the start of the financial year. I take what the HOD was speaking about of the political challenges which impact administration, and I would want the specifics in this one, and whether such, and I would assume that there would have been a report from this municipality to Provincial Treasury. Was there such a report that explains why such a delay from the municipality, and what would have been the response of Treasury in that regard, and whether this matter has been elevated to the executing authority, that is the minister. And I would be interested to understand between our minister and the Minister of Local Government, which I would assume that such issues would go to, how do we mitigate this kind of a situation, to sort of recur? And I'm raising this in light of this important observation that I think the HOD has made. And I would recall, I think even in the previous discussions with this department, one would have raised that this notion beyond even collusions or with collusions, how are we managing, and I'm raising this specifically now to Minister as a political head, how are we managing how these political dynamics, are impacting severely into the administration and proper governance in municipalities. Has that conversation actually taken place between the minister and the one Minister of Local Government? But also in cabinet, and are we finding any particular ways or strategies to sort of try and mitigate? Because obviously that is beyond control. I'm not asking whether minister can be able to stop that, because I'm sure it's beyond your pay grade. I think what I'm interested in is what conversations are there at a political level of how do you mitigate this particular reality, particularly in what the HOD has raised, its impact, to the kind of foundation that has been placed by administrators in as far as good governance is concerned, but also administration, which actually has got an impact into service delivery, particularly because recently, and I think later on we'll be talking to Scopa and AG about this notion of the move towards performance auditing. And we believe that Western Cape as a province that has been heading, clean audits, is ready for that. But I think this kind of instability, is one threat and risk from where I'm sitting. So I'm sorry that I'm belaboring the point, but I wanted specifics, I think, in the political management thereof to the minister, and I think to the HOD, how this, in as far as the assessment that they had to do, because this had to be delayed, as it's indicated, I think, in the report in page 57, that assessment that they would have done, in all the other municipalities in preparing them for their budget process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member. I see no further, I retract that. I do see further hands. The first hand I see is from Member Nkamba Bocha. Member, I can see you've unmuted yourself, but we're not able to hear you. Member, I propose that you could write your questions in the chat so long, and I'll move on to Member Brunkes.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, yes, on page 78, donor funds, 7.1. The Treasury did not receive any donor funding during the reporting period. My question is simply that why didn't they receive any donor funding? Wasn't enough effort put in? How much effort was put in to receive any donor funding? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Member. Member Nkambabocha, would you like to try again? Apologies, Member, there's still no sound, but if you could write your question in the chat, then we will ask that for you. I do have some questions of my own. My first question with regards to page 40. On page 40, there's reference made to modernization of financial systems, and there's specific reference made to the own data center, which was established, and the introduction of technologies such as machine learning and artificial intelligence. Again, I could get a bit more practical information on what machine learning and the AI entails. What's the technology that makes this possible? How is it used? How does it help to, for example, create staff cost forecasting tools? Then my second question, page 47. What were the drawbacks of not implementing the CAA and Peramero campaigns? And also, how will this be addressed in future? Page 47 again. With regards to the Karoo District Municipality, what were the reasons for them not tabling and adopting their budget before the start of the financial year? And then 72, if the department can please elaborate on the critical interventions that took place in the second quarter. Those are my questions. If I can hand them over to the department. And I don't yet see Member Nkambabocha's questions, if I'm mistaken. Not mistaken. Nope, I'm mistaken. Her first question, apologies, page 32. Yes. First question, page 32, regarding the department's graduate development program. How does it work, and how do you track those graduates to ensure that they are permanently employed? On page 35, regarding the main risks, the department mentions the issues faced are diverse, and she also mentions that they elaborate on external forces which the department may have no control over. If you could provide details. Just to recap, page 35. Okay, the next question to that point is, what are these external forces that the department is talking about? On page 36, her question is, what was the reason behind government printing works being offline, and how will the department make sure that this does not happen again? Relatedly, she asks what safety measures are there, because she imagines that I can also pop a message to you with the questions, but I'll just read them for the record. What safety measures are there, because she imagines that this could be a big inconvenience for potential service providers. And on the same page, she notes that the e-tender portal ended up being offline itself as a secondary advertising medium. Going forward, will there come a time when it is not necessary for an advertising medium to be offline? Page 36, regarding agribusinesses case, has the National Minister sought that confirmation mentioned at the last paragraph to date? Page 78, how does this issue of donor funds work? Does the department actively go out to look for donors, or does it wait for whoever is interested to make donations? And her last question, in certain circumstances, does the department reject some donations from some donors who might be doing business with provincial government either directly or indirectly? Also, before a potential donor attempts to make a donation, does the department actually do factual background checks about the potential donor? As mentioned, I'll take those questions and I'll forward it to the Minister to also disseminate, but I'll now hand over to the department to respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. The department will respond on the performance indicators as asked by Honourable van der Westhuizen, which ones are set by national. For the ones that we're responsible for, how do we improve the quality of the targets and the value add? On some of the reports, some of those reports are legislated or are required by the PFMA, and others are our own reports that we are trying to innovate and improve, and they're going from strength to strength, like the PERA and the MERO. Pleased to tell you that the adjustment process is on track this year, so hopefully we won't have the same issues as we experienced previously. Then there were questions on Beaufort West and the delays on the financial recovery plan, and in the district not tabling its budget on time. Then there was a question to me from Honourable Nkondlo about the political dynamics and coalitions. Honourable Member, it's, unfortunately the instability at a political level does have an impact on an administrative level, and we're seeing that countrywide. But there are conversations with ourselves as well as our national counterparts in the Budget Council as well as in the Budget Forum, where we meet with other MECs of local government and finance from other provinces, as well as with the national ministers of finance and COGTA. And we're collectively trying to understand how we can create greater stability within local governments. We also have had conversations with Auditor General on this, and looking at things like, would reviewing the term of office of senior officials help to create more stability? And so there are quite a number of conversations on this front because we do share your concerns. Then on expenditure review, there was a specific question on learner transport, but I wonder if the HOT can just share with the committee more generally the expenditure review project, because it really is a fantastic project, and I think it would be beneficial for the committee to have a bit more information on that. And then I think the rest of the questions related to modernisation and the data centre. Quite a lot of questions on donor funding, and then the graduate development program and external risks. So with that, if I may hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And again, I'll call on my colleagues to assist here. On Member van der Westhuizen's question on the socioeconomic profiles, I know that the engagement has occurred. I'm not sure the extent to which we're able to track the adoption by other provinces, but Mr. Kenyon will talk to that. On the performance indicator question that you asked, the Treasury doesn't have performance. Other departments have nationally set performance indicators. That's not the case with the Treasury. I think it is always a challenge in getting the indicator to be something that's objectively verifiable, which sort of leads you towards being able to count the number of reports and then assessing and then making sure that those reports are of a appropriate quality. We do quality assure, for example, our municipal reports both internally. They go through a quality assurance process in the production process that is fairly extensive. But we also get extensive feedback from municipalities who are core clients. I mean, are these valuable inputs? When they feel they're not valuable or they disagree with something, they're sure to tell us. And so I think that quality assurance process does work pretty well. We haven't gone out and got a third-party assurance on that because I'm not sure that there's something fundamentally broken with what we're doing in that environment. We do put it to the municipalities. It does go into the public domain through the municipal processes and so forth. And the feedback has always been positive systemically around the reports, but contesting, of course, perspectives on the facts, which is a good thing and something we encourage. But it is a challenge being able to get that objectively verifiable indicator in the performance system that is then subject to audit, because that's the nature of what we're trying to do here, reconciling them in terms of auditing of non-financial information. And it's a bit of a limitation to the system, quite frankly. On the procurement events, on page 63, Honourable van der Westhuizen, I think that there are two other factors in play, and I'm not going to discount that there's some last-minute efforts to procure and so forth before the end of the financial year, but there was also a bit of a post-COVID resurgence that was happening as we were coming out of COVID. So if you look at the procurement against the sort of curves of the waves of the COVID infections, and I think that's one of the effects. And I think a second effect is, of course, that many people are preparing for the execution in the next year, and so that they are undertaking they're pre-mobilizing the resources in the fourth quarter to be able to spend in the first quarter of the following financial year. So all three factors, what I'm saying, are at play, and I wouldn't just read that number as being as dumping in terms of the procurement system. Some of it may actually be quite desirable. Pre-procurement, a bit of a resurgence post-COVID. But I'm not going to discount that there may well be transactions there that are dumping. I don't think that we're in the position, particularly for the data for that period, given the context, to disaggregate between the two, but between the three factors at play there. But I can see if my colleagues want to add anything to that, but I think that's basically what I would say is the answer to that question. What we are doing to avoid that, though, is precisely what Ms. Ebram had spoken about, which is the procurement planning toolkit. If you, failing to plan is planning to fail, and the procurement planning toolkit is, I think, a really valuable resource that gives you the ability to in quite some detail, lay out your procurement intentions for each quarter and then monitor them every quarter. And that, I think, is precisely designed to avoid that sort of fourth quarter bunching that is inappropriate, but to encourage that fourth quarter bunching that is appropriate for preparing for the next financial year and making sure that the execution machinery is not being unnecessarily delayed by procurement challenges. So I hope that answers the question. Honourable Mackenzie, the delay in the receipt of the financial recovery plan for Beaufort West municipality from the Municipal Financial Recovery Service, I think there were two factors at play that led to that. The first was that the Financial Recovery Service itself was a little undercapacitated and having to deal with a number of the development of a number of financial recovery plans across the country. In some other provinces, a very large number of them, including having to directly manage an intervention under Section 139(7), a direct national intervention in one municipality as well. So it was facing a very challenging environment, and that caught it in the December period as well, which both conspired to lead to a little bit of a delay. The thinking from the Financial Recovery Service, which we had no problem with it, also given the importance of consultation and engagement by the community in the Beaufort West municipality with the draft FRP. It shouldn't be confined just to the holiday period where people might not be paying as much attention as they would otherwise like, and so that period of consultation needed to be extended a little bit as well, and we fully supported that from our side. I mean, this is not it's not punitive. It's a support engagement. It's a supportive enabling engagement and plan for the municipality. But that's just a little bit more background on the delays there.
Honourable Nkondlo, I will ask my colleagues to speak to the expenditure, the learner transport review. I'm not sure Dr. Haverman or Ms. Pick, one of you two could pick that up. We're very excited, as the Minister said, with where we're going with the expenditure reviews. In the year under review, we undertook 4 expenditure reviews. Our focus predominantly in the first year was making sure that our teams, so we've got teams in the Treasury with the departments, but making sure that we're trained in the methodology. And so we worked very closely with Government Technical Advisory Centre at National Treasury. We had to do it in an online environment, which was a little bit novel for all parties, but there's a lot of technical training and support and guidance that happened. And our first round of reviews, and this year under review, was focused very much on that, on building our internal capacity to keep doing these reviews. We are doing another round of reviews this year. We're sustaining that partnership with GTAC because we want to keep learning more and embedding the methodology into our systems, and we'll probably keep doing that for a third year as well. And then I think we'd be able to kind of fly on our own. But we're very excited about the prospects here, both for collaboration with departments, but and in terms of the methodology itself. The key comes in the extent to which we are picking up and driving forward with recommendations that come out of the review. So we're very alert to that. It's a little bit premature to say whether that's happening or not at the moment, but it's not that we're not alert to the issue that it's important to follow up on the recommendations. But I'll let my colleagues speak a little bit more to that. On the infrastructure side, the sourcing challenges that were faced were predominantly related to external global imports, steel in particular, I recall, as a key product that was challenging to get hold of due to supply chain disruptions. I think that those disruptions, I understand, continued due to the war in Ukraine as well, which played quite a role in steel production. There's not much we can do as the Treasury to get over that. I mean, often the delays come both from the availability in the global markets, but also our import capacity and the productivity of Port of Cape Town and so on and so forth. So there's not much we can do other than be aware that it's happening, and it's very difficult for supplier purchasing departments to change course. You just simply need steel or some of those other products. It's the same with microchips. So I don't think that there was much in particular that we did in that context, other than the fact to report that this was occurring, and it was one of the factors that were delaying progress in our infrastructure projects. But it's one among other factors that can lead to disruptions in infrastructure projects. I will ask Mr. Hadin, I think, to elaborate on the overachievement on 4.2 on Central Karoo District not adopting its budget before the start of the financial year. It's something we could see. It was a problem we could see emerging because we track where each municipality is in tabling its draft budget and then adopting its final budget and so forth. And we alerted the municipality to the challenges. They were having a challenge convening, which was quite well reported at the time in the media. They were having a challenge convening as a quorate council due to various changes in the membership of council and contestations over which seats were filled or vacant and so forth. If you do not pass a budget by the end of the financial year, you're starting the new financial year without a budget. And that automatically triggers Section 139(4) of the Constitution, which is what, and in that context, the MEC for Finance has to, of the province concerned, has to essentially impose not a budget, but an expenditure control system on the municipality, which is exactly what was done. The Provincial Treasury set up a committee that was led by Dr. Haverman that evaluated all expenditure items for the municipality, all payments that were proposed, and set up a system, and on a initially daily and then weekly basis exercised quite detailed control over every single payment that the municipality made. That's the requirement in the case where there's not a budget in place. At the same time, what we were doing, of course, was encouraging the municipality to get over this hurdle and pass a budget. And the moment it could, which was about 4 or 5 weeks later, 4 weeks later, we could withdraw the Section 139(4) intervention automatically lapsed, but we could just ensure for the period where there wasn't a budget in place, the control system was there. There wasn't, I don't recall a specific report. There were a series of weekly reports on the payments that needed to be processed and the necessary authorizations for those to take place that the committee generated in order to give to the minister for his determination. So I think that's on that one. On the question of donor funds, yes, Honourable Brinkhorst, that we don't have donor funds at the moment. It doesn't mean we don't. I think when most of the sort of donor engagements the Provincial Treasury would have, we would either direct towards relevant departments, or in the case of a development partner, which would be a sort of international aid agency for governments, bilateral sort of aid relationship. We might have engagements with them, but not actually have funding from Government of Switzerland or wherever it might be. We tend to direct those to the departments themselves. It works both ways, I think, which was another question that was asked. One can either be approached by a donor, particularly a government donor, saying we have a program, an anti-corruption program or whatever, would you like to participate in it? Or one can approach an agency and say, listen, we've got some exciting work that we think is of relevance, not only for the people of the Western Cape, but for the country and maybe of global import. Would you like to collaborate with us? We don't have any of those relationships formally in place at the moment, and we would tend to run them through the Department of the Premier in terms of international relations, environment, and so on and so forth. When it would come to any donation, there would of course be due diligence. I would just distinguish here between donations in their conventional sense and bilateral aid contributions, both of which would be reported here. But obviously, due diligence is required in both instances. We haven't had a need to undertake that at this point because we don't have those donations. I will ask Mr. Hardeen to talk on the data center and machine learning questions that you asked, Chair, although the simple answer to that is we use 2 platforms for that. The one is the Microsoft Power BI platform, which is quite a powerful platform and correlates with what we do with the kind of Azure cloud in the province and the Microsoft platform that we have in the province. And then the second is a platform called Zoho, which is a sort of advanced CRM platform that we use for some machine learning in terms of trends in audit queries and outcomes. I'm not sure any of the colleagues want to add. Jalinda, did you maybe want to add there as well? In terms of the impact of their no campaigns, Mero, the Chartered Accountants Academy, and so forth. I think that unfortunately, in that environment, without us being able to actively disseminate it's not, we probably missed some of the audience that we were hoping to reach. It's not that it was, that those campaigns were the only way in which we get information out around our Chartered Accountants Academy or the Mero and the Pero. The communications campaign side. We also do other forms of dissemination of that through professional associations and directly to municipalities and so on and so forth. But I think we inevitably miss a portion of the audience that we would have hoped to reach. And I think it's an area we're hoping to get better at. But that was a challenge for us. And then at a certain point, I feel I lost. The graduate development program. I think I can ask Melissa or Aziz to talk to. Right. I seem to have lost my notes here somewhere. Oh yes. The government, on the government printing and the e-tender portal, both of those systems just simply collapsed. The press for, I think it was a maintenance issue. I don't quite recall, but it was not able to print the gazettes. And the e-tender portal was a technology and possibly a procurement issue. But Nadia, I mean, it was something that outside of our control and obviously disrupted our system. So we had to guide departments to take, to introduce emergency measures. I think both of them are back online at the moment. And the trend, let me just say that the trend is definitely towards electronic or digital interfaces in this environment, and that's something we do have an engagement actually with National Treasury around, because we've made quite a lot of progress in developing a digital framework for procurement in the Western Cape, and obviously no one needs to reinvent the wheel, and we've learned a lot in the process and so forth, having gone through sort of two versions of our e-procurement system. On the accounting, on the internship and the bursaries, I'll ask Melissa and Aziz to deal with that. So if I could ask on the expenditure review side, Annalise, and then Aziz on the performance indicator and the bursaries, and Melissa, if you wanted to add anything to that.
Right. Thank you, Member. Regarding the expenditure reviews, as indicated, the year under review was our first year of undertaking the expenditure reviews. So, I mean, there were lots of learnings. I think across all of them, the biggest one that we've learned is the fact that data is the driving point for changing behavior. Data is there for compatibility. But the access and the sourcing of data was actually one of the key learnings that we got out of all the expenditure reviews. So an expenditure review in terms of recommendation can only really be as good and to make that change in behavior if we have access to data. That's the ultimate learning of all of them. But in terms of the expenditure review that was mentioned, and that is in terms of a learner transport, that expenditure review was really about analyzing the expenditure and then also the different models of the learner transport rollout within the Western Cape education districts. What we found that there was a differentiated approach in terms of the rollout within the different districts, firstly, and we also then picked up then in terms of there was a bit inconsistency, but also in terms of the way the reporting on financial and non-financial information from the different districts. So the findings then for that expenditure review was then in terms of, we indicated that we thought there needed to be a centralized database that would then be able to have some norms and standards on the reporting from the various districts, so that we could have data that was compatible. So that was the first the recommendation. And the second recommendation is, once that then gets put in place, we then have a follow-up on the actual expenditure review. So we will then be going back to that particular expenditure review, just in terms of being able then to compare in terms of the efficacy and also the efficiency of the different district modalities that's being used for the for the learner transport rollout, to compare that then with each other, and therefore to extract further efficiencies, and then also the delivery outputs of the transport system.
Thank you, HOD. Chair, there was also a question, HOD, around the modernization of systems, together with the machine learning, which Aziz is going to speak to. But we do run a project. I think the committee is quite aware of the fact that we're dealing with legacy systems, and those legacy systems, in terms of the information that we can gather and the intelligence from there, is not keeping up with where we need to go in terms of our governance transformation as well as our service delivery agenda. So I've got Apiwe, who's in charge of systems, to just speak to what we're doing in that regard. Thank you. Apiwe.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the members as well for the question asked. So indeed, yes, we do run quite old systems in the Logis, BES and BESA, and I have come to this Parliament before, and I've put forth where we stand in terms of the progress on the IFMS, which is of course quite slow. However, I think the question, just to respond directly to the question around the data center that we have begun work in, is in partnership with the CI component, wherein we have partnered with them with a data lake that they have purchased through the Microsoft Azure platform. In this platform, there is the finance operational data store, which we utilize to ingest data that comes from these legacy systems, BESA, BES, and Logis, all to do with ensuring that ultimately we are able to take the data and transform it in such a way that provides information. And part of that information, as per what has been seen in terms of the page that has been noted by the chairperson, is the aspect around staff cost forecasting, and that is got to do with cost of living adjustments that can be forecasted utilizing technology in the form of machine learning, as well as artificial intelligence. Now, as we know, artificial intelligence is essentially simulation of human intelligence processes into somewhat computerized ways, which then takes away or relieves manual compiling of reporting and essentially automating the report that we have. So that is there and it is available. And accompanying that is the Azure machine learning services, as well as the Power BI, which comes with the Microsoft package. So that is in hand, and we have that available to our disposal, and we have access to that tool to produce the reporting requirements that are needed by the 13 departments. This includes the asset management dashboard capability, the automated conflict of interest tool, and conflict of interest in this case is in a case where a director in a company is doing business with government at the same time I'm an employee of government, we would be able to then pick that up via this automated tool and report on that. Then, of course, we have also done some work in the development of a municipal vulnerability dashboard to be able to depict municipalities that are most vulnerable and report on those ones so that there are interventions that can go to support those municipalities. So in essence, the data center is really assisting us in terms of automating reporting and providing such reporting quite easily to the stakeholders that may require. Thank you, Chair.
To the chairperson's question regarding the second instance of machine learning.
Apologies, is it your microphone making that noise? Okay. I think it may be your laptop interfering with the mic.
So on the second type of platform where we've utilized machine learning and artificial intelligence, perhaps if members could just understand, we piloted a platform called Zoho in 2019-2020. If you can imagine, and one of the members asked earlier, in terms of the audit outcomes not moving and being a solid, clean audit outcome. So we deal with 30 municipalities. That is 30 CFOs with their finance officers, as well as approximately 150 auditors during any audit cycle. Now, across 30 municipalities, we have anything north of 1,000 queries or comments being raised that could result in a regression of a municipality's audit. Previously, municipalities used to email us, and there's about 11 staff members working in the local government accounting unit. Now, one can imagine emails getting lost. So we took it to an electronic platform where instead of receiving emails directly from the municipalities could access a web-based system, load the COMAF onto the system, and as they are busy responding to the comments, we have direct access to see what the problem is. And we could be much more impactful in terms of the responses that we give to our municipalities. We could see from the system when a comment was raised, when it needs to be responded to by the Auditor General, and who in the Provincial Treasury had to support the municipality across the various disciplines. And this was a pilot project. The further functionality of the system was, it not only allowed us to look at the current year issues, it also allowed us to load every single COMAF that we have access to in the system. So that creates a library of COMAFs. And where the machine learning and the artificial intelligence comes in is, let's say a municipality has an issue around broad-based black economic empowerment, and they start typing in the web base, in the system, queries with BBBEE. The system then allows them to do self-service and say, in the last 5 years, these were the issues around BBBEE. Considering your current question, what is the type of response you need to give to the Auditor General? It was a pilot exercise, and we are looking at the procurement of putting it out to market again to see how effective, or if we can roll it out further as part of the bread and butter of what the accounting unit does. But that is when a municipality is able to engage with a system and they can get the responses without even having to access Provincial Treasury. What that then means is only when it comes to really technical matters that has never been asked before that you cannot find in the system, that's when the Provincial Treasury will become more impactful in terms of the standards or in terms of the available intelligence that we have or knowledge that we have. When it comes to, and that's what I want to conclude on the machine learning and the artificial intelligence. When it comes to item 4.2, where the program of provincial government accounting and compliance has overachieved. So in May 2019, the National Treasury had delegated the powers of condonation of irregular expenditure to the local Minister of Finance. Before the delegated powers, we had a number of cases that was provided to National Treasury, and they realized, as the national authority, we cannot see to every province, so let's delegate these powers to the provincial ministers. That resulted in there having to be there's an extensive backlog of looking at the irregular expenditure, and for that reason, when we planned, we didn't plan that we were going to be able to deal with all of the cases. So there was an overachievement in terms of the number of cases, but also because this was the first time that National Treasury had delegated the powers to the province. Anything new requires change management, and additional training had to be set up with the departments and with the public entities that would explain to them, if you want something cleared, this is the way to go about it. So we had a lot more training initiatives, which then counted as additional outputs that wasn't previously planned for. So the more busyness of the team resulted in additional output that resulted in the performance indicators being overachieved. When it comes to the bursary program, that's the last question on the graduate internship. So the Provincial Treasury runs a number of graduate programs. One of them is the external bursary program, where matriculants can apply for a bursary. And I think sometimes it's beyond matriculants, where let's say previously disadvantaged or financially needy people can apply for bursaries. And if it meets the critical skills that Provincial Treasury requires, and it goes through a very open and transparent process in terms of allocation, then somebody, when they are afforded a bursary, they are allowed to come and work back the time for the period that they had the bursary. Now, it sometimes happens that, let's say, somebody received a bursary in accounting that they want to enter into the Chartered Accountant Academy. We will take them up in the Chartered Accountant Academy and we will move them to the level of professionalization. That's one type of bursary and graduate intern program. The other types of bursaries that we also give is within the Provincial Treasury, where our own staff want to better their qualifications. We also have internal bursaries, and there's an obligation to work back the time for the time that you had the bursary. It's a very open, transparent process that is managed by .P, but it's also covering as part of not internship, but a bursary program. Then we also have the matriculant interns that we take, but I think both Nadia and Anna-Marie is able to respond more to that. This is speaking to two of the indicators where in Program 4, the CAA Academy, we had set ourselves a target to sign off 100% of the trainees. However, out of the trainees that was in the system, not everybody was signed off, and it is allowed in terms of SAICA rules that all the competencies be met. And for that reason, one of the staff that had not been signed off actually had contracted COVID, and we had to extend the contract, and that's why the sign-off happened in a later part of the year. And that speaks to the Program 4 underperformance on the item 4.3. Thank you, Chief.
Melissa, did you want to add on the tracking of bursaries, on the progress of bursary holders and interns, and then Stephen on the SEC, local government in other provinces?
Okay, thank you, HOD. So, members, as is indicated, we've got various initiatives that are aimed at developing the skills pipeline. And with regards to the value chain, it is to take them from matric to tertiary education into an internship program, and ideally in terms of outcome for them to be absorbed within a municipality or a department. But that is all dependent with regards to the available vacancies that are within municipalities or departments. But importantly, we do track the individuals within or learners within those various programs, in terms of have they completed the program and also have they been absorbed within a municipality or department. I'm just going to also actually ask Nadia, she's specifically just going to speak to the PT graduate program in terms of the question. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Thank you, Melissa. So yes, what I can add is that we have had our external bursary programs for a number of years now, spanning more than a decade, easily into 2006 onwards. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of data that we have at our disposal since inception. So these are currently contained in a very modest Excel spreadsheet that we've been maintaining over the years. But what we are planning is we're wanting to leverage technology so that we can automate this process and so that we can enable an electronic tracking system of our bursars in terms of where it is that they're going if they do not take up permanent position within our department or within the municipalities or other sister departments. So that is something that we are looking forward to look into in future. Thank you.
And then I think Malcolm Boyson is online and can possibly talk for us around the SEP local government adoption in other provinces, that member van der Westhuizen had asked. Malcolm?
Thank you, HOD. Am I audible?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. I can confirm that National Treasury has rolled out the municipal socioeconomic profiles to the other 8 provinces, and that was obviously done with the assistance of GTAC. So the SEPs, in essence, was also to make sure that there's comparability in analyzing the IDPs and budgets of municipalities. There was also a skills transfer and capacity building sessions that were held, and the capacity building session also focused in on skills transfer to the provinces, and also then to create awareness about the use of the SEPs, and then also highlighting the potential users for the various stakeholders. So there were a series of workshops that were held during 2021, and these basically focus on theory and assumptions of the SEP model, the basic data management and analysis, and the demonstration of the SEP model's capability and limitations, and then lastly, a model analysis and interpretation. So in essence, there were 4 workshops that were held with provinces from the start of June to the end of June. So I think we are very proud of this achievement. So this will, in essence, enable provinces then to input into the IDPs and budgets of municipalities, and then also then to make sure that there's comparability in terms of the budgets and IDPs of municipalities. Thank you.
And then, Chair, if I may, just because I've caught up on the questions from Honourable Nkamba-Bochwa, which I didn't get at first, and I think the ones that we haven't addressed there around on page 35, the external risks and that were being referred to. I think particularly here it's the supply chain management risks that emerged with the successful court case against the regulations where judgment was delivered by the Constitutional Court on the unconstitutionality of those regulations, and that threw the entire supply chain of government into a little bit of disarray. It required some very active, agile risk management from the province, and the Provincial Treasury really needed to kind of get into that space to help keep stability in our supply chains. I think we were relatively successful in that. the honourable member asks a question around, again, on that supply chain matter, around the litigation where we had, as a province, advised it was very unclear in our reading from the Constitutional Court judgment and what the date of invalidity of the regulations would be. And as you can imagine, in the supply chain environment, the smallest piece of uncertainty can have, the effects can just magnify. And we thought that this was a critical issue for National Treasury to clarify. They chose to then go to the Constitutional Court to seek clarity on that matter, and they were provided with that clarity. That all happened. As I understand it now, we can possibly expect the revised regulations in terms of the triple PFA to be issued this week. I understand that that's at a very advanced stage now, which would then clear up that period of uncertainty, that period of risk that we've just transited through. It would obviously, there would then be, as the new regime in terms of the regulations is then instituted, there'd be a follow-up series of requirements to navigate that as well. And then, so I hope I've clarified on those two questions that they were somewhat related. Why that's an external risk, let me say, is that obviously it was completely outside of our control as a province. It's national regulations and legislation, and it's a determination by the Constitutional Court. We're not directly involved in any of those things, but we must respond to that context and do so quite directly. I just wanted to clarify one other thing from the honourable member there, is just that both the government printing works and the e-tender portal are national government platforms. They're not provincial government platforms. So they did go down, and they both went down simultaneously at one point. Fortunately, we do have what I could call backup platforms that we can use in terms of both our EPS, our own procurement system, as well as which can reach our suppliers, and our web, and of course departmental web pages, which we could then switch to, so that there was an uninterrupted flow of information to suppliers. They were being directed to departments directly during that period anyway, but we were able to not only provide the web page advertising, but also the e-procurement system advertising as well. It's obviously a highly undesirable situation, but it is what it is. And it was something that, again, was outside our control, as those two are specifically national government platforms, not provincial government platforms, but it's mandatory that they used across all provinces and procuring entities. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the department for answering these questions. Members, I'd like to propose, for the sake of time, that if there are any further questions, that they be sent to Zahida, who can direct them to the department accordingly. Is that in order? Thank you. I'd now like to move on to part D of the report and ask members if they have any question. After we get through part D, I'll then propose that we have a short body break and then come back to do the report for the Gambling and Racing Board. On that, I would like to table the entire report as well, so that we can make up for the lost time. Right, are there any hands? I recognize Member Mackenzie.
Thank you. I've actually got more a curious question, a curiosity, anything else. On page 130, 31, and going forward, and some of the durations of the contract, we're showing hours, months, and some days. Why is that? On page 130, 131, 132, 133, it's applicable to all of them. So at the top column, one of the columns, it starts consulting firm, project title, nature of project, total number of consultants, duration. So on duration, it says 25,000 words. I presume that was just a 3-page document. But then it says, but for the similar amount of work, we do hours, days. There's no consistency. So I'm trying to understand why.
Thank you, Member. I recognise Member van der Westhuizen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I must say a vacancy rate of 0.7% is really exceptional in any organisation, particularly so in the public service. But perhaps you can just help me. How did you calculate that percentage? Thank you.
Thank you. I recognise Member Mackenzie.
Sorry, yeah, I saw my notes. On Provincial, it says business connections provided support. I would have thought that we state information technology. Why is business connection external party providing support on Provincial?
Thank you, Member.
On page 134, the fourth column, it says consulting firm, business connection, project title, Provincial support. And yeah, I always thought a state information agency provide our payroll backup support. But I see it's now an outside company.
Thank you, Member. I see Member Nkontlo.
No, thanks, Chair, because I had thought initially you were saying we should close this conversation for 4 to submit on written, but I can see that members are allowed to proceed. So can I proceed with my follow-ups?
Oh, sorry. For clarity, Member Mackenzie, was that a follow-up question?
No, if that was the case, then we can close it. I misunderstood you. I thought it was for this.
The questions were for Part D, and then if you'd had any questions for follow-up, that they should be sent to Zahida.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right. Thank you for pointing that out, Member Nkontlo. Member Nkontlo, was there any question related to Part D?
Okay, so now all our questions there, we are then parking them for written. So we're moving to Part D. Am I understanding you correct, Chairperson?
Yes, Member, just for the sake of time. So if you have any further questions with regards to Part B, if you could please submit them to Zahida. Okay. Member Nkontlo, I take that as you have no further questions for Part D at this time. Member Nkamba Bocha? Okay, Member Nkamba Bocha, I believe that you've also sent your questions through again. Unfortunately, I'm not able to view them, but I will read them aloud from the presiding officer who's kindly shared them with me. So the first question on part 105, on page 105, table 3.1.2, what is meant by the average personal expenditure exactly regarding interns? Since they were 26, how much were they earning? The second question on page 108, why are there no employees whose positions were upgraded due to their posts being upgraded? On page 113, why are there no employees with disabilities at top management or senior management? And on page 114 and 115, are the terminations, the 2 terminations of African employees at table 3.5.5 related to the same recruited employees who were 3 at table 3.5.2? So what she's asking is, are these the same employees who were recruited now, the ones who left the department? And her last question on page 128, table 3.12.4, why does those grievances relate to, or what do those grievances relate to, and why were 3 of them not resolved? Again, we can forward these questions to you just for your own dissemination. Member Nkontlo, is that a legacy hand, or did you have further questions?
Yes, Chair.
Please proceed.
Okay, Chair. In page 110, can the department just indicate the nature of the misconduct referred to under the dismissal, and how this could have been avoided, if any? And in page 111, out of the 11 resignations, 72.7 of those had provided no reason. In terms of the exit interviews, which I know, I think those are open to individuals to take up. So for me, the concern is if people exit without giving feedback, should at such a high rate, should that be concerning for the department? Because it's important for the employer to be able to understand whether both good or bad, that is a trigger for people to exit their employ. And also, I think in the same page 111, around the resignations that are more on the younger employees, what could be, if any, from your HR that could have picked up, what could be some of the challenges being experienced by younger sort of employees to be retained in such beyond just the salary, because I know one of the reasons that will always be given is the competitive environment. Is there any mitigating strategies based on whatever that you would have picked up as the provincial treasury in this regard? My last one, Chair, is that also the treasury, can they indicate to us how are you trying to improve female representation in line with the 55% women representation of SMS by DPSA, particularly at your SMS level? What kind of programs, and how are those programs, geared and monitored towards opening up a space for female competent employees to sort of move up the ladder in the treasury? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have no questions of my own as they've been covered by my colleagues, so I'll now hand over to the department.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will have to seek for Honourable Mackenzie's question. I can't honestly say why it's in hours, days and months in different cases, but I believe Mr. Hadeen has an answer on that one. In terms of the PERSAL support, I think without belaboring the point too much, PERSAL is written in a programming language that is now quite archaic. And there are only a very few, small number of people who have the skills to write in that language around, and they are contracted to us through business connection support. They're not employed full time in the public sector. It's a very, very niche skill set, and I think an aging one as well. So I mean, there's a lot of technical detail one can go into around that, and why and where we're going and so forth. But that's the simple answer. I'll leave it to I think Ms. Ismail to talk through the vacancy rate, the methodology for the calculation of the vacancy rate, the question of the payment of interns as well. In terms of why were no employees upgraded, no posts were upgraded. So I think that's the simple answer on that question. At the moment, yes, you're quite correct, right, Honourable Nkambabochwa, there are no SMS members with disability. The department reaches its overall target in terms of staff members with disabilities, and of course tries to make sure that we are offering an environment that would be attractive to people with disabilities, so that they'd want to come and work with us. I think the question on African employees and the numbers there, I think that does actually reflect one employee who joined us, but then was immediately poached. We were sort of outbid, which was challenge. It was disappointing for us because we were a very, very highly skilled individual. But I think we can talk, Ms. Ismail can talk more around that and that particular chief director, but there was one who entered and then left in the course of the same year, but I think still made a valuable contribution. She can also talk to the questions of the grievances, the misconduct matter. I think in terms of the exit reasons asked by Honourable Nkondlo, it's not just the vacancy rate, obviously it's our churn rate. I think all healthy organisations do have a churn rate and people move on for many reasons, some of which they'd prefer not to disclose. They've sort of moved on. The younger employees, and particularly in the field that we're in, are very marketable. So there are lots of opportunities that come people's way. My approach to it is to say, well, we want team finance across the country. In some cases, people are going to other provincial treasuries. They're still within team finance or to national treasury. They're staying within the finance family. If they go to municipalities, they're also staying in the finance family. You can check out, but you can never leave, in the sense that I also want you back. When you've had that experience in a municipality or in another province, if you know us, you'll know where you'll be a good fit going forward, and at a later point in your career, you can come back with more experience, more insight, and so forth. So I don't see it as purely a negative. These are very marketable, skilled individuals who I want to build their careers, so that and bring those skills back to the Treasury on an ongoing basis. And we do have a number of cases of that, even amongst our senior managers who have worked in all the spheres of government in other provinces and so forth, and bring those insights and strengths to the Treasury. So, I don't think our churn rate is unacceptably large. I think it's probably about right for where we are as a Treasury at about 10-11%. In terms of how we're trying to improve women's representation, particularly in management, that is an issue that we are seized with. We do have a woman in management leadership group that is chaired by some of our really most our leading women managers in the Treasury, and it's playing. I think I've certainly encouraged it myself to play a very active role in asking the question, what makes this an attractive work environment for women professionals? What makes us an attractive work environment? Are we offering the right context at particular phases of our female staff members' careers, when they may be also expected to play a role in the home front, that they're under a high-pressure job in the Treasury? How are we finding those fits and what we call in the department red lines around that must not be crossed, in terms of making it easier for female talent that we have in the department to succeed? I don't say we get it right all the time, but I think we are asking ourselves that question. That forum meets quarterly. It's currently chaired by Ms. Robinson, but was previously chaired by Ms. van Niekerk. And I think it's made really good progress in actually, starting to call a spade on what are issues that make the work environment conducive to success for women in the Treasury. And we've tried to spread that into a broader discussion for women in the Treasury as well. I mean, there are many issues that are relevant to our female staff members, but certainly in terms of the career progression, we're trying to make sure that environment is conducive. Let me ask then Aziz, if you want to answer that question, then I'll go to Nadia on those other questions.
Thank you, HOD. So, to Member Mackenzie, you're absolutely correct. There is no standard. The annual report is put together by National Treasury and DPSA in terms of what they want reflected in the annual report. The requirement for utilization of consultants is a requirement that DPSA has asked, But we also recognize that within Part E of the financial statements, we also have consultants. So we are moving, as National Treasury, we're moving to get consistency with every single department and public entity to disclose, or not disclose, to reflect consultants under Part D in exactly the same way. So it might be that next year when you look at it, departments are to say, how long have we used the consultants for? When does the consultant contract in? But I think the initial inception or the idea why bringing consultants in the Part D was to correlate with vacancies versus how many people are you using outside of your organization. But the thinking has evolved. You will see also in the Auditor General's report on the utilization of consultants, and National Treasury has recognized that we have to give a specific standard on how to reflect in the annual report the utilization of consultants so that the correct, insightful questions could be answered, asked and possibly answered in the session as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. So thank you to the Honourable Member for commenting on our vacancy rate. It is indeed low at 0.7%. In fact, it is lower than the CSC average of 1.9%. And the way that we go about to calculate this is that we take the number of active vacancy posts as a percentage over the active number of posts on the establishment. Then moving on to the question on the stipend. So we are guided by the directive on internships and development programs, the DPSA directive, and according to which we afford our interns 30% of salary level 6, depending on the qualifications. So this is what guides us. This amounts to approximately 6,000 or 7,000 rand. Then we have the issue about the grievances. So we have a total of 9 grievances altogether. They comprise of issues and concerns that our staff have with regards to promotions, with regards to the conduct of the supervisor, with regards to matters pertaining to performance management, and then as well as leave. The 3 that are unresolved are still very much within the process. We do have a period of 90 days within which to respond to these grievances from the time that it is lodged. Thank you.
Okay, well covered. Thank you very much. Members, I'd like to propose again that if there are any further or follow-up questions, that they be sent to the presiding officer. Is that in order? Great. Then we'll take a body break of 15 minutes. Okay, I've just been reminded that should there be any members of the public online or in present, that they're also welcome to make any remarks or questions. So you can do so by raising your hand online or in the house. But I don't see any in the house, and I see none online. I do recognize Member Nkondlo's hand. Member Nkondlo.
Sorry, Chair, it's an old hand.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now break for 15 minutes. So if we can please be back here by 35 past, and then we'll resume with the tabling of the Gambling and Racing Board's annual report, and we'll table it in its entirety. Thank you, everybody. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much. I understand we're now joined by the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. So I'd like to afford you an opportunity to introduce yourselves as well before we kick off.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, members of this committee. I'm Claude Bassaday. I'm the Chairperson of the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a great honour to present this annual report for the period 2021 to 2022. We have in attendance the CEO and members of the Executive Committee of the Board, and with your leave, may I ask them to introduce themselves. The fellow board members are attending virtually, and I would also like them to introduce them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Primo Abrams, the CEO of the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. Thank you.
Good morning, members. My name is Zoe Siva. I'm the CFO of the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. Thank you.
Good morning, Robin Bennett, HOD Regulatory Compliance Department.
Good morning, everyone. Alvin Matthews, Head of Department IT.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sweetness and my surname is Sikubane. I am the HR manager at the board. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Megan Basson. I'm the Head of Licensing.
Good morning, everyone. Yvonne Skepo, Manager Legal Services at the board. Thank you.
Good morning. Malcolm Boyson, Director, Fiscal Policy, Provincial Treasury.
Thank you. I would now like to afford the members of the board online an opportunity to introduce themselves as well.
Ladies first.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, honourable members. My name is Toma Fani and I'm the Deputy Chair.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lizanne Venter. I'm a board member of the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board.
Terence.
Good morning, everyone. Terence Arendse, board member. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Nick Nichols, also independent board member.
Thank you, everybody, and welcome. I'm now going to hand over to the Minister to provide an overview and also to the HOD, should that be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. As mentioned this morning, we were delighted to be able to present the annual report for the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board for the 2021-2022 financial year. We have the team here and we're very willing to answer your questions. And then just in terms of context, again, similar to the department, we're still very much in the grips of the COVID-19 pandemic during this period, and you'll see some of that coming through in the report. Yes, we will move from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Just as by way of overview, we have currently 5 board members. In terms of the legislation, the legislative membership is 7. Our quorum for the board is 5 members. The board has, during this period, discharged its obligations. The entity collected gambling taxes in the region of 750 million. On behalf of the province, it has achieved 14 of the 15 annual targets. As the Minister has mentioned, the entity has had to adapt to the challenge of COVID. And in terms of the corporate social investment, the entity has contributed an amount of approximately 17 million rand. The entity has achieved an unqualified audit outcome with no findings. I'll leave it at that, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CEO. Thank you very much to the department and Minister. So we will now table the report, and rather than doing it on a section by section basis, we will table the entire report for questions. So I'll now open up to members. Members, are there any questions? I recognize Member Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. It's more a legacy question, because I remember a few years ago we dealt with the office space. And I see in the report, yesterday when I was reading through the report, I saw, oh my word, the office is still a problem. So I don't know what has changed since a few years ago, because I wasn't serving on this committee for the last 4 years. So I'm curious, what has changed? Why are the office now back on the agenda again? So that's the first question. The second question is something that we picked up on one of our oversight visits recently. We went to visit Caledon Casino and on our oversight visits. And on the oversight visit, one of the NGOs, the social partners of Caledon Casino, they get funding from the casino as part of the casino's corporate responsibility. But there's an interesting question that I've grappled with. What is the department or the gambling board's role in overseeing how that NGO spend their money? I'm not even sure if there's a legislative measure in it. But I'm just curious because on a visit to other communities about completely different matters, they were asking us, how are we monitoring how that NGO spend their money? And we told them it's not government money. So it's not government money. But because of the license conditions, the Caledon Casino has a commitment to give to certain communities social responsibility. So how are you monitoring that the people that get money from the casinos effectively spend their money? And is it compulsory for casinos? I remember a Grand West Parade, there's something at some point I'm not sure if it was part of their license conditions or not these days, but I think there was a requirement, I'm not sure if it still is, but is the requirement for you to have an oversight for the gambling board on ensuring that the NGOs that, because they got a massive amount of money from Caledon Casino, how are they ensuring that the same people don't benefit? Because the community of Caledon was saying the same people benefit from the casino NGO money. And based on the face of it, it did seem like the same organizations. But how are you monitor their spending? That's just the two questions I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Member van Westhuizen?
Yes, thank you, Chair. A number of questions. The first one also deals with the office. I hope you've got an office to go to after this morning's session here, because I see that your contract expired yesterday. So I hope everything is fine and that you will know where to go to after today. But perhaps if you could just help me, because in your annual report, you says that you have been advised that you are an autonomous body outside of government. Yet you are being funded heavily by the Western Cape Provincial Administration. And my question is just, and you also indicated that you wanted to buy a building, that you want to, stop this renting and rather acquire your own. So if you're autonomous, if you're outside, if you've got an independent board, should you at any stage decide to sell that new office accommodation of yours, then surely that money would be outside of the fiscus. Or, would that then be a loss to the Western Cape Provincial Treasury? So if you could just explain to me, then what is your position, and particularly regarding your assets? And again, if you're outside of government and if you're autonomous, I almost want to say, what are you doing here? Why are you adhering to public finance management legislation, etc.? Please, you will have to explain that to me, because this thing that you are outside of the public service, raised a number of questions on my side, as you would now have heard. Then, secondly, in terms of your financial sustainability and self-sufficiency, the last amendments that we adopted in terms of the gambling legislation for the Western Cape was meant inter alia to ensure a move towards financial self-sustainability, etc. Do we see any progress in that regard? When will we be seeing any progress in that regard? And there are a number of figures being mentioned in your annual report, and we will certainly this afternoon scope a look at some of them again. But do we have an indication of the total contribution to the Western Cape economy that, you know, gambling and the activities of the gambling board is bringing about? Then also, Chair, if I may just ask here, we have heard over a number of years now that horse racing, particularly, is a form of recreation. I must say I prefer people to look at gambling as a form of recreation and in no other way. And my question is just, what are your plans to turn around or to support the horse racing industry? Because again, horse racing, the breeding of race horses and so on, I also wear the cap of the chairperson of the Agricultural Standing Committee, or the Standing Committee on Agriculture, and you know, horses play a huge role in our economy, not only in the Western Cape, but we've got a number of breeders here in the Western Cape that I think also depend on the future of the horse racing industry, and perhaps if you wouldn't mind just helping us in that regard. Then in terms of illegal gambling, on page 24, there were a number of investigations, and then you say 30 were positive, 30 were negative. I presume positive means that there has been a case of illegal gambling and that this had to be closed down. But perhaps if you could just assist us in terms of your powers and ability to determine whether a complaint is truly warranted or not. You know, because I can just imagine if you stop with your vehicle branded Western Cape Gambling Board in front of my illegal operation, then suddenly, you know, the machines may disappear, or, you know, I don't open the door leading to that venue or something like that. Are you able to can I call it, move onto any premises and ask people, lock up, you know, I want to see, switch on that machine? How far does the power of the board and the staff members of the board, how far does that stretch? Chair, thank you. That is all from me currently.
Thank you, Member. I recognize Member Nkontlo.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to members of the board and the officials from the Gambling Board. Chair, I think I just wanted to get some information and some questions. One, in terms of the responsible gambling articulated in both the chair and I think the first section of the report around responsible gambling and how the gambling board would manage harms that indirectly are created by gambling. I just want to understand, one, what is the extent of illegal gambling in the province, and how do you determine that and juxtapose it perhaps to illegal gambling in other provinces? And as part of that, how much of it is also a function of the transition to the technological space into gambling that has been introduced by the 4IR? But also, Chair, I read also in terms of the work that the Gambling Board started doing about setting a committee around, you know, transformation-related matters, because one would be interested in context of what is the profile of the gambling sector in the province, both racially and in terms of its gender, particularly from an ownership and management point of view. And whether the board, I think in one of the pages that they would have related, I think, to their intention to actually see a new entrance. And I just wanted to check within this particular financial year that we are sort of looking at, where there can the board indicate any licenses that would have been given across the different areas of gambling, where there would have been new entrants given in this period, in as far as licensing is concerned. So I think that's also another issue I wanted to check. And then they mentioned I think a research reports that are awaited on determination by the provincial department, and perhaps if the department particularly maybe the minister can indicate how far is the department in concluding on the new gambling policy as a function of the court judgment related in the report, and also the findings in as far as horse racing and the opportunities that are there, and how I think some government support into horse betting could actually provide some kind of opportunities, particularly for youth in that regard. So I just want to check how far is the department to conclude such discussions about the findings and also the new gambling policy, which the determination of the 12-month period by the court, once it ends, obviously it would have implications to the board. And lastly, in as far as this CSI work that the gambling board has started to sort of monitor, has the gambling board actually started, or will they consider, if so, by when, to consider impact assessment beyond the site visit? Yes, that confirms that license operator A, is undertaking a CSI project. But for me, what I'm interested in is that if you are doing an assessment, one, would there be any impact assessment of those projects? But also, if you were to do them, what are the current, who sets, what are the CSI objectives of the projects that the gambling, the license holders are having? And I'm raising this in relation to your regulatory role or mandate, that obviously somewhere, somehow, if you are saying, yes, the CSI is part of a platform from which the license operators fulfill what is in the mandate. Now, the question is, if you then drill down in terms of mandate itself, what is it that the CSI of these license holders are fulfilling in as far as the regulation is concerned, and how is that translated into the type of CSI projects that they choose to sort of fund or undertake? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member. To the department, I do have some questions as well. My first question regards page 22. I'm interested, as I note that there are, apologies, I note there's someone online who is unmuted. If you could kindly mute yourself. Okay, thank you. My first question, page 22, with regards to the licensing of junkets, bingo, type B, type C, and type D LPM offerings, I want to understand why the licensing for these has not yet been rolled out, and also what the benefits of rolling them out would be. Then on page 24, where it's talked about the awareness programs conducted by the board, I just want to get an understanding of what are the metrics of success, what's being monitored in terms of the effectiveness of these programs. On the elimination of illegal gambling, also page 24, I want to understand. I wanted to understand if you were working with any other security agencies broader than SAPS, and if you were going to be expanding on this in the future. Then on corporate social investment, also page 24, I wanted to understand, is this something that is a part of the licensing conditions, or is it something that you simply encourage license holders to take part in? How is it promoted? Okay, then page 38. So this is with regards to new applications processed. I noted a deviation of -2%. I wanted to understand why that was. Did it relate to COVID? And if so, do you expect to see an increase in the coming years? Those are my questions for now. I'd like to hand over to the department and to the entity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to answer the first question relating to the accommodation. The board occupied premises in the city, though that building, I think, was owned by Public Works. The premises were not suitable for the board's use. We then occupied, the current premises which the board occupies is in Paro in terms of a lease, which is held by the Department of Public Works. And the lease actually does expire in October 2023. So thank you. We do have a place to go after the meeting. We've done an assessment, and it would be, well, to the question about we're an autonomous body and outside the government, I think it must be understood in the context that, yes, absolutely, the Western Cape Gambling Board is an organ of state, but I think it was used in the context of the spheres of government, and the entity is where it require building was use its own initiative and procurement procedures, and not rely on Department of Public. So that I think it is in that context that it was used that we are outside of government. On an analysis, Provincial Treasury has allowed us to retain the surplus of approximately 16 million rand from the previous financial year, and we've made an application to retain the current surplus. On our analysis, it would be far more economical to acquire our own building. In terms of the legislation, the gambling board is allowed to purchase property in its own name. As I indicated, it would be more economical to purchase as opposed to enter into a further lease agreement. I think to acquire a building, it was estimated cost in the region of 25 to 30 million rand, whereas to lease a building for a period of 5 years would be, I think, in the region of about 50 million, if you look at the current lease agreement. So that is on the accommodation issue. On the issue of CSI, those are largely imposed through license conditions. The board has sectoral committees, for example, the casino committee and the LPM committee, where we monitor the contributions, and we do also undertake corporate social investment visits to look at what work is actually being done on the ground. For example, the Caledon. As far as the financial sustainability, there has been legislation, in particular the 19th Amendment Bill, but that legislation has been passed. I think the Premier needs to sign that before it comes into effect. With regard to the horse racing, in particular Kenilworth racing, there's been a number of developments there, which the board is considering, and perhaps I can ask the CEO when I've done to just expand a little bit on some of the developments regarding the structuring of Kenilworth racing. Illegal gambling, I'm going to ask Mr. Bennett, our head of compliance, to give us a bit more information into the detail on that. With regard to transformation, our licensees are required to adhere to BE levels. In fact, the casinos are on level 1 or 2, and so are the route operators. So we impose that through the license condition transformation. Responsible gambling, as we have in fact put in place a responsible gambling committee in the last year, where the board and members of the industry attend, and we with a number of initiatives going on with regard to responsible gambling. Questions? Can I ask Bob to take that? Chair, may I ask Mr. Bennett to take further information on the CSI?
Thanks, Chair. Regarding the question on the CSI, specifically on Caledon, let me just give a general response. Firstly, because when applicants made, when they made application for the relevant casino, whatever license, it was done on a competitive bid basis. The requirements were set out in terms of the RFP. For that basis is when an applicant got the license, the commitments that they've made in terms of the application would then now become the license conditions. And for that reason, the CSI and even the shareholding of casinos and license holders would differ, because obviously they thought what would be best for their business model. In terms of this, the CSI basically for Caledon, what happens there in that case is it is the Empowerment Trust and the Empowerment Trust and the Overberg Community Trust. Those two companies have both got 20%, 10% each of the preference shares. When the initial application came in, that was in 1998, the initial applicant was Ladbrokes PLC. They subsequently withdrew the application, and it sort of left these two empowerment companies in the lurch. They paid them about 1 million rand each, just in terms of compensation for not doing that, for not going ahead with the application. The new company came in and they set up a new structure, but they were now not part of the formal the normal shares. They were only part of the preference shares. So they only got their dividends from the casino, from money flowing from the casino, and not from the entire complex. What the board basically does on a regular basis, as the chair indicated, is we do have oversight in terms of the projects that they do fund. On a quarterly basis, they also provide us their reports. In terms of the trust, they are beneficial. In terms of the trust, we look at the beneficiaries that they provide money to. In terms of the, they basically support the local community. But we also make sure that those beneficiaries are in terms of who they indicated in the trust deed. So in terms of that, the board does have the oversight on that. The board would also, like on a quarterly basis, have a look to see the actual beneficiaries and the type of business that they operate. The license conditions is audited to ensure that the amount that was required to be paid to these people are paid as such. That relates to the CSI, Chair. In terms of illegal gambling, the member's question relating to the positives and the negative. The positive does relate to positive information, meaning that the allegations we received resulted in positive information, and we would act then in terms of having those premises closed and the machines basically removed. The negative information, meaning that we've received an allegation in, and upon further investigation, it was determined that the allegation was negative. Now, there's various reasons why it could be negative. Firstly, the information that we received, the person could have got confused between what is a normal gaming machine, an arcade machine, and what is a gambling machine. And second of all is, which is more relevant, is that the machines are basically removed prior to us actually conducting our investigation. There are various reasons for that, but we are trying to work around that. One of the reasons that sometimes do occur is that the relevant law enforcement officials that is assigned to in that area would maybe basically leak that information, We have now tried to get bypass that and we deal directly with the flash unit, who is in control of the entire province, and they will basically sometimes assist us in providing members with the information, so we will not go to the relevant police station where the information was detected. The powers of the Office of the Board specifically relates to investigating allegations of illegal gambling, and then also at times providing expert witness where the case matter goes to court. We do not have the powers of a peace officer, so we do not have the powers to arrest. We do not have the powers basically to confiscate any goods. However, the office enjoys a very healthy relationship with members of the South African Police. We are part of a committee which was formed by national SAPS in about 2018. It's called the Strategic Priority Committees, which is supposed to focus on illegal gambling. It consists of the Flash Unit, which is the firearms, liquor and second-hand goods of SAPS, together with the Liquor Authority, Metro Police Vice Squad, and law enforcement. We have monthly meetings where we conduct joint inspections also at both licensed and unlicensed premises. And it's through that interaction is that the board often receives a lot of information regarding illegal gambling. The other information that we receive from illegal gambling is through our network of confidential informers who provide us with the relevant information. When it comes to the prevalence of illegal gambling in the province compared to others, I must indicate we are far exceeding, well, not far exceeding, we are in a much better position than in other provinces. At this point in time we were successful with 2 online gambling cases. That is where gambling is taking place in a cafe, which was identified as an internet cafe, but in fact it was gambling taking place. Now that case has become very difficult because a computer by its very nature is not an illegal device. The board has been successful with 2 of those cases, 2 are pending at the moment. Both cases that we were successful with, it was a plea agreement, but we've managed to confiscate the computers, and the 3 matters which are still pending. The difficulty we always have about taking this matter to court is that the organization that must provide the expert on the computers and the information on there is cybercrime. They apparently very short-staffed, and their focus is unfortunately on 2 other matters which gambling doesn't form a priority, but it's something that we're trying to work on at the moment. Within the province, like as I've indicated, there is an extremely good relationship with SAPS, so that has seemed to be a challenge in other provinces. The last information we received in Gauteng, they are sitting with over 300 online illegal gambling cases, and they have a big challenge as it is there. Chair, I think that is in terms of technology, in terms of detecting illegal gambling. I don't think there is any technology that we're going to be able to use to detect illegal gambling other than what we call online gambling, where we can actually see there's online activity taking place. But our challenge is we can only act on online gambling whether there is an office in the Western Cape or whether the service is located in the Western Cape. Where there's online gambling we detect and it's not in the province, we pass it on information onto the National Gambling Board, who will then proceed with the relevant action to do that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'd like to propose, just for the sake of brevity, that if there are any further questions, detailed questions, that they possibly be tabled and sent to the presiding officer. But if you have any urgent follow-up questions, then we can make them now. And if not, then we can excuse the department and move on with our resolutions. So I'm just going to see if there are any follow-ups. I note Member Hendrikus and Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if I missed some of the responses, but the total contribution to the Western Cape's economy, and also I think you wanted to refer to the CEO in terms of the initiatives that you are undertaking to support the horse racing industry. I haven't heard responses to those questions, Chair.
Thank you, Member. I recognize the Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Also, there were some questions directed our way. I'll
Sorry, Minister.
Just start. Honourable Nkondlo asked about the new gambling policy. Of course, there has been quite a shift in how people gamble. And we can see that we've had several amendments to the Gambling Act. And so, one has to look at the whole environment in toto. And so the team has been doing a lot of homework that would inform the new gambling policy. I'll ask them to talk more about that, but it is underway. Then I'll also just ask the team to just talk about the legislation following the court judgment, because there was a question on that. And then I think we had questions on the licensing. I'm not sure if that should go to the board. HOT, was there anything else for our side?
Thanks, Minister. Yes, so we can certainly talk to the policy development and determinations issue, which Malcolm will do, or Roy. There was a question on the rollout of gambling and the benefits of rollout into other gambling license types. And that is obviously, there are policy issues embedded in there, and there are also fiscal issues embedded in there, because certain types of gambling may be more tax productive than other types of gambling. And one wants to actually make sure that we're not cannibalizing one subset of the gambling, of our gambling revenues for another subset in ways that may reduce the overall tax take for the province. It's a sort of net zero or negative situation that can emerge. There are some policy issues in that space, and we are alert to them, and it requires quite detailed discussion both with the regulator, which is obviously the Gambling and Racing Board, and then from a policy perspective. And that's what we're trying to achieve through our quarterly gambling liaison committee meetings, just to make sure that we all on the same page and are understanding changing dynamics and what it might mean for the policy and fiscal interests of the province, as well as for the role of the board. But the one point I'll just make on horse racing is that we do understand. I think everyone understands the important role that horse racing plays in the overall sort of economy, relatively job-rich sub-economy or sector associated with it. A lot of the services that government provides are not necessarily through the gambling industry, but it is the industry itself is an important part of the horse racing. The regulation of horse racing is an important part of the industry as a whole, but the veterinary services, for example, that the Department of Agriculture provides that stimulate international connections in horse racing. The policing of the African horse sickness line, which the Department of Agriculture is involved in, really critical for stabilizing the context and environment for horse racing in the province. So it's not just measures that would be taken through the gambling and horse racing regulatory side alone, but in other sectors that are important to keep the industry as a whole on its feet. I would just hand over to Malcolm on the question of the policy questions, and Roy, I don't know if you've got a comment on the size of gambling in the overall economy of the Western Cape.
Thank you, Judy. We have concluded the background research document, and that laid the foundation for the draft policy document, and that has been concluded. We're just in a process of final consultations, and I think we still have to have deliberations with the board in this regard, and from there we will be able to then develop the green paper and the white paper. So that is the progress with regards to the policy. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, to member van der Westhuizen's question, member, for the year under review of the 22 financial year, the Gambling Board collected taxes to the amount of 758 million. So basically what happens, that money then becomes part of the funds available for the Provincial Revenue Fund, which can then be distributed to departments, for example, to any of the departments. And so gambling taxes are then used for education, roads, basically public services. And then the gambling industry contributes to the creation of employment, economic empowerment of the historically disadvantaged. In addition, it attracts tourism and it results in increased revenue for the province. Remember, you also asked previously what happens in the event where the board wants to sell the building. The board is a Schedule 3C public entity in terms of the PFMA. So that is defined in terms of the PFMA, and Section 54 of the PFMA states that if the board wants to acquire or dispose of a significant asset, which the building would be, we need to then inform the relevant treasury, and we also need to obtain approval from the minister. So the board can't just then sell the building in that case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In terms of the contribution of the industry, I think just to add on, I think to those comments, the most recent research report that we commissioned indicated that the industry contributed about 5.2 billion to direct GDP and sustained about 13,000 direct and 11,000 supply chain and downstream jobs. The total profit was 950 million, and as highlighted, obviously contributed a significant amount to the Provincial Revenue Fund, about 660 million in the last financial year.
Thank you. Are there any further responses? CEO?
Chair, I think there was a question about the junkets, which I'll ask Mr. Bennett to just comment on. And I think there's also a question about type B and C and why they were not rolled out and what the benefits are. I'll ask Ms. Skepu to comment on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. In about 2018, Provincial Treasury commissioned a research into the feasibility of having junkets in the Western Cape. The junkets would only be applicable to foreigners. The research was done. The report was presented to the board. It was just after COVID. It was in about 2020, 2021. We were then advised that the report needs to be tabled by the provincial legislature. That is for all we know at this point in time, so we're not aware where we are with that at this time. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, Chair. I think the HOT addressed the matters to be considered, the policy issues, and the board still awaits finalization of the policy, currently in progress. And in terms of Mr. Boyson's update, that is finalized, and the engagements with the board will then now take effect. In terms of the benefits that would flow from the granting of those categories of licenses listed in the annual report, it would include economic development, job creation. Of course, additional taxes will accrue to the provincial fiscus. There will also be additional community benefits in terms of providing entertainment to the inhabitants of a particular area where those licenses will be rolled out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's from my notes. I think there are just two questions. One is the deviation of 2%, which the Honourable Member referred to, and I'll ask Ms. Basson to just comment on that. And the horse racing, just to add a little bit more, Theo, in terms of certain developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The question was it as a result of COVID? In part, yes and no. And then further, you requested as to whether that has picked up or has increased, and the answer to that is definitely yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Relevant to the horse racing question, it's important to know that the Gambling Board does not regulate horse racing. That is the National Horse Racing Authority. We actually regulate gambling or betting on the horses. Now, the sustainability of our horse racing or the betting side in the Western Cape, you'd have read, you should have read some reports on what's happening currently. There has been an investor who loan KR 150 million, and then so the debts are all cleared out. They're running on a clean slate now. There is an interested party in the shares who would be submitting another 200 million rand into horse racing or into KR there. So those developments are then meant to be put on. So this gentleman is a keen investor and he is a astute businessman. And so the intention is to turn horse racing around completely in the Western Cape and the betting. So there's definitely a thing afoot to bring it back into a viable business. That's currently what's happening there, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do see a hand from Member Nkontlo. Member Nkontlo, was this a follow-up question?
Yes, Chair. I didn't hear, I think, my question on the current profile of the gambling sector in our province, both racially and in terms of gender, including if in the 2021-22 financial year, whether there has been any new entrants licensed by the Gambling Board. And then also, I think, thanks for the response on the update on the policy by the department. But if I can just get an indication of by when this process will be concluded, given that in terms of the invalidity provisions, the court has given a time frame of 12 months. So my interest is that in the process that the colleague has indicated that the department is engaged in, including public hearings that are still to be pursued on the matter. My question is specific on timelines of concluding on this policy amendments. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Member. We'll take your questions and then we'll close the round of questions. Over to the department.
Thank you, Chair. On the transformation, we did refer to the BE, but I'll ask Ms. Skep to just add to the transformation of the industry and talk a little bit about the BE levels. And on new entrants in terms of licensing, Ms. Besson can just comment on that, please. And I'll ask Ms. Skep to just comment on the case and the referred to regarding the policy and the rollout time for the rollout of the process, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the department will speak to the timeframes in terms of the policy and the interplay in terms of the judgment. Chair, I think in order to do justice to the member's question in terms of the racial and gender breakdown of the participants in the gambling industry, we would have to compile a report detailing that information for the committee. In terms of the board's triple BE conditions imposed on the industry, it addresses all the pillars of the BE codes, and the board has set up sectoral committees that engage license holders quarterly in terms of their achievements and their challenges on achieving the different targets in terms of the BE codes. So there is vigorous oversight and dialogue and engagement with the industry to see real progress from a transformation perspective.
Thank you. So the policy document should be completed within November. But as far as the legislation is concerned, we'd foresee that would come to the provincial parliament within the fourth quarter of next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In respect to the member's question with regards to any new entrants to the market in terms of licensing, the categories of casino route operator or totalizator, obviously RFPs need to be issued in terms of those categories, so there are no entrants in that regard. However, we do still receive applications in terms of the LPM sites and bookmaker operator licenses, and in the period under review, we have definitely received and approved licenses in those categories.
Thank you. To confirm, does that conclude the responses? Okay. In that case, I would like to sincerely thank the department, and I would like to thank the entity for attending. I understand that there aren't any members of the public in attendance, online or in person. But just to confirm, are there any who would like to ask a question? I see none. So again, thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you for letting us ask you these questions today, helping us to ensure that there is accountability and transparency in these processes. And we wish you a great day further.
Very much.
If the members can just remain so that we can do resolutions, I'd also like to remind our guests that there is lunch available in the lounge at the back, should you wish to join us for lunch. Members, can we move on to resolutions? I think we should start with Provincial Treasury, and then from Provincial Treasury we can move on to Gambling and Racing Board. I see Member Mackenzie.
Thank you. The 2016 report from the Provincial Treasury on the entities on the feasibility study, or they did a desktop report, they indicated in 2016, and the recommendations. If we can get a copy of that report, thanks. And the new report, once it's concluded, can they submit as a 2022 report as well? Thank you. By the meantime, we can submit the 2016 report. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further recommendations, resolutions? From my side, in terms of...
Yes, Chair, my hand is up.
Apologies, I'm not able to see your hand. I'm not sure why, but please go ahead, Member Nkonhlo.
Okay, my apologies. I thought I had pressed. My apologies. The first one, Chair, if the Treasury can just share the Section 139 process, because I think the HOD did explain it, but I would be interested just to understand how that process, both in terms of legislation and how such was applied in the CK situation. So that's one. And secondly, I think also they are related to the expenditure review in as far as Lena Transport is concerned. And I think the fact that they are busy working on such a review and the related recommendations. So one is interested if they can share the copy of the expenditure review on the Lena Transport and what did it pick up, I think, on some of the elements that I think were explained in the meeting. Thank you. Those are the two on the Provincial Treasury, Chair.
Thank you, Member. Member van der Westhuizen, did you have a resolution?
Yes, thank you. I would like Provincial Treasury to give us a monthly breakdown of the expenses incurred through the procurement office, for goods and services. And the purpose of that, and perhaps it can also be, is to just find out to what extent have there been dumping at the end of the financial year. So that would be my my first question. The second one is if we could just get an indication of vacancies in Provincial Treasury, which vacancies were there, and for how long, since the person evacuated the position and before the new incumbent assumed service in the Provincial Treasury Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. On your first question, what were the associated timeframes?
Say again.
What were the timeframes for your first question?
For the previous financial year. Okay. We on a, month for month, for example, so it would be for April 2021, May 2021, how much was procured through the procurement office for every month. So we can just see what that graph would look like in terms of spending. We were told today that many entities actually already prepare for the next financial year's spending, so that one would expect that then in April, when the new budgets kick in, that there would be a significant uptake in terms of contracts awarded, etc. But I would love to see those figures just for ourselves. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. In terms of my own recommendations, so I'd just like to commend the department on continuously being among the best performing in the country, and for yet again receiving an unqualified finding. Then I would also like to request information from the department on the successes and challenges of their pilot program using machine learning, and also the details of rollouts going forward. I believe that concludes our resolutions with regards to PT. Unless there are any further, I recognize Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, during the previous, a year ago when SCOPA met, we asked the department in terms of progress regarding, I think it's called IFMS, the Integrated Financial Management System. My impression is that it's a new software system that is being piloted to replace Persal that we've heard today is outdated, as well as BAS. And perhaps if we could just get an update on what progress has there been, because in my experience, piloting new software is a very painful exercise. And quite often, you only discover the limitations of the software program once you start using it. So if we could just hear, is it a pilot? How are things going with the pilot? How much work seems to still be required before this integrated financial management system can be fully implemented within the public service? Thank you.
Thank you, members. I'm now going to move on to resolutions for the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. Are there any hands?
Chairperson, my hand. Sorry, I moved to my office. I'm just busy doing something. Can you see my hand?
Yes. So, Member McKenzie, I'm going to take Member van der Westhuizen because he beat you to it, and then I'll take yourself, and then Member Nkotlo.
Thank you, Chair. I would love to hear from the Gambling Board itself what their recommendations to us would be in terms of the filling of vacancies, the term of office of board members, and perhaps any proposals that they might have to streamline the recruitment and appointment of new board members. Because we're normally just speaking to the officials from the department, but I would like the Gambling Board representatives themselves to tell us, what are their proposals in this regard. Then also, Chair, in the annual report, there's a reference to a number of court cases in which the Gambling Board is involved, quite often on appeal and so on. And perhaps if we could just get perhaps the latest on those court cases, are there any dates set, for the future when this will be in court again, etc., and just where those court cases currently stand? Are they waiting for us to submit our documents, or are we waiting for the other parties to submit documents, or are we all ready and we're just waiting for the next date of court appearance, etc.? If we could ask them just for a updated report in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Member McKenzie.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I would also like to get, just from the Gambling Board, if they can just give us the last, because they say they get quarterly reports from the trust and how they spend their money in Caledon. If we can just get a consolidated report on all the casinos and their corporate social responsibility spending in the Western Cape. Then the second part to that, just the licensing conditions. It doesn't need to be a big report, just a short report. We don't have a lot of licenses in the Western Cape. Short report. What are the licensing conditions? What are they fulfilling? What are they not fulfilling? Particularly with regards to corporate social investment.
Thank you, Member. Your first question, does that relate to the last quarter?
Yes.
Okay.
If they can do the last quarter of the financial year,
Okay, thank you. Member Nkontlo?
Thank you, Chair. Okay. My first one, Chair, I think I would request if they can share the list of the new entrants in this financial year that we are dealing with, the list that they indicated. I think that they had licensed. If they can just provide the names of those licensees and which gambling sports those are at. And then, Chair, if we can ask the update from the department in relation to the timeline of the gambling, the revised gambling policy, which is said to be completed by November 2022, if they can be able to provide us that information. And then also on the recommendations, I think, done to the department, also an update around, I think, the totalizator and also the horse racing, that is the betting recommendations, because the HOD did mention that, yes, they are doing some work there. They still have to consult, I think, the different related industries. The issue here for me is just an update from the department around how, I think that has to do also with
Member Nkontlo, we seem to have lost you. Oh, I think you may have muted yourself.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I did. I was asking that we get that report around those recommendations as it relates to, broadening the industry around the totalizator and also the betting spot, which the HOD did respond to, in as far as the consultations that they are busy with, given that they are also related subsectors that needs to give effect to this. Because I'm just saying, Chair, it's important for us to get updates, because that has to do with the self-sustainability mandate that the Gambling Board had actually been asked to sort of work on, that those platforms through which you can actually ensure expansion of the industry. Those are things that, for me, I think are important from a policy and regulatory point of view, that there is a certainty. So I'm just asking for an update from the department, which is having to deal with that work. And then the last one for me, Chair, is that I would like to get whether it's a sample, if it is possible, because I just want to understand what is the CSI framework that the license holders gets to be sort of contracted to. I'm not sure, perhaps you and the committee coordinator can best configure a sentence in this regard, because my interest is that I hear that there is a CSI requirement, but I'm not sure how such gets to be couched in as far as the license, the gambling license itself. So I would like to see, even if it's just a sample, even if it's an old licensee that is no longer for confidentiality purposes, but it's just to see if there is a framework or a policy from the gambling board. I would really appreciate just to see what are the parameters that are determined for a license holder when it says, you know, you would then implement a CSI program. What are some of those provisions that are given in that contractual agreement? Thanks, Chair.
Member Mkondlo didn't listen to my recommendation.
Just to come in there, I note that there was a question for clarity from Zahida. Zahida, would you just like to come in there?
Okay. It was the two questions from Member Mkondlo. It was the update on the revised gambling policy, and then the update on the totalizator. Those were those questions for Provincial Treasury, not Gambling Board.
Yeah, they are for Provincial Treasury.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I would ask that Member Mackenzie's recommendation, because I'm sure he has picked up that my recommendation, I think, is linked to his. I'm not sure whether that's the case, because he says I might not have listened to it, so that if indeed his recommendation captures mine, I'm very much willing to withdraw mine in support of his.
Thank you. Thank you, Member. I've discussed with the presiding officer and we'll look to combine the two questions as there are similarities. But I think
Chairperson.
Yes, Member.
The Member Mkondlo is asking exactly the same thing I asked, it's just in different wording. So if we get the report, it will cover what she's looking for, because I'm also looking for that.
Okay, we'll combine it. Don't worry. If it's the same question, it's the same question, but we'll work it out.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, if there are no further resolutions, I would like to adjourn today and also say thank you very much for all the support that you've been providing and for applying your minds and your time so preciously towards what we have been trying to achieve. I know it's been a long slog, but we're almost at the end of it. So thank you again, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. See you later if you're going to be at Scopa. Bye.